Start. There we go. We're on the air. Thanks very much for coming this morning. I might start with you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Will you please give us your full name, position, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Tim Fitzgerald, Deputy Commissioner, National Operations for the Australian Border Force, and I'll be doing the affirmation. Do you want me to do that now?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shuita.
Thank you. Amber Shahita, Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner for the Australian Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Moss.
Dr. John Moss, Deputy CEO Intelligence at Austrac. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith. Online.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Tony Smith, the Assistant Commissioner for Customs Compliance and Enforcement for the Australian Border Force. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Shahida, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, I don't have an opening statement.
You don't have one? Okay, well, it says here you do. All right. Has anyone got an opening statement?
No, Chair.
No? No? Okay.
I'm happy to go.
Okay.
Miss Shahida, is it?
Just
wanting to get a sense with the office.
In the past, I've only ever done it once.
It says that you provide advice to the government on policy settings and what have you. And I've looked at the website and there's a lot of kind of cooperation and I think the report is telling us really what we already know in terms of the illicit tobacco issue. Are you also looking at providing advice around the illegal market itself in terms of the problem of the fact that people are turning to illegal vaping because of the therapeutic vaping and that for illegal tobacco they're wanting to buy cheaper products, and that in fact that's part of the big problem, isn't it? The fact that these products are more attractive and people are going to them, and I think no amount of intervention is really going to stop that demand at this point.
So I support advice to government on a range of different things that is cross-portfolio and intergovernmental. So I really need to formulate a central view amongst health policy outcomes, revenue policy outcomes, law enforcement policy outcomes, community safety. There's a range of portfolios and agencies that all have perspectives on how to solve the problem, what the drivers are of the problem. So my advice to government tries to consider all of that and create some clarity around the way forward. In my report, I've spoken about a number of different drivers, price differential as one of those drivers. Now, with price differential, excise is part of what pushes the illicit market price up, but overabundance and of cheap supply pushes the illicit market price down. So we need to look at both of those things. Within all of those drivers, I don't think that just focusing on excise is the single solution to the issue. My report provides advice to government on 4 priorities with which to go forward with, which is stronger inter-agency collaboration and capability, stronger centralising of data and intelligence sharing, strengthening consequences through legislative and licensing reform, and these are it's the culmination of all of these ideas that I try and advise government on a very complex issue.
I mean, that does sound to me as though the advice is just synthesising, maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't read the full report that you're referring to, synthesising the existing situation in terms of where the various agencies that you're referring to, their position, and essentially, I mean, it's failing, is it not? And is there scope for the office to offer advice around policy reform? I mean, more data, strengthening this, that's very same business as usual. Is there scope? Have you been requested to provide advice beyond what's kind of happening anyway?
The report talks about the priorities moving forward. So there is advice about what to do next, what to do in the future. Admittedly, what's in the report is very high level. I provide advice to government all the time that's often caught up in, involved in cabinet in confidence processes. I'm not going to go into that detail in the report, but I do provide advice on a number of different policy settings. I'm working with states and territories on policy settings around legislative reform and licensing reform, working with states and territories and across government in terms of policy around resourcing, addressing demand, the things that we are distilling from all of the advice from a number of subject matter experts about what is important to tackle the issue now.
Mr Fitzgerald, how much are you, is the Australian Border Force making a dent in the illegal tobacco market?
So through the Australian Border Force, what we are seeing is a significant increase in the number of our illicit tobacco and vape detections year on year. To that extent, just to give you some sort of context on that statement, so for this financial year from 1 July to 31 December, we have intercepted about 7,500 detections of illicit tobacco. So that's in the range of about 50 detections a day. What we do see is those detections are happening in all our environments, and in all our environments, I mean our sea cargo environments, air cargo environments. We now have tobacco couriers coming through our airports. International mail environment as well. So we do see all our environments where we, as the Border Force, are there to enforce law and detect and intercept illicit cigarettes and vapes. We are seeing an increase. Through that 6-month period, we detected just over 1 billion illicit cigarettes and 147 tonnes of loose leaf tobacco that we stopped from entering Australia. That's the equivalent of just around $1.87 billion in tobacco excise or revenue that would have been lost to the Australian government if we hadn't seized it. So we are seeing significant increases. For financial year 24-25 compared to 23-24, our detections increased by 38%.
How much did your effort increase at the same time
So
in terms of resources and effort in that?
Yeah, so we have had a significant uplift in our resources in terms of our people at the front line in those environments that I mentioned previously. We've also, it's probably worth noting, in terms of illicit tobacco, we approach it by looking at the border continuum, and by that I mean we look at offshore, what can we do to disrupt organised crime and the importation of illicit tobacco offshore with our partners and customs administrations overseas. We look at what we can do here at the border in those environments that I mentioned previously. And we're also working extremely hard with our domestic partners here, for instance in New South Wales, obviously New South Wales and Police and New South Wales Health, about what we can do and what activities that we can undertake post-border. And what we have seen is a significant increase in our joint operational activity post-border. We've seen a significant increase in the number of referrals that we've received from our international partners offshore. Just to give you an idea, we've had over 1,000 referrals of goods coming into this country that were considered high risk by our partners offshore that we've interacted with. That's led to 450 detections and significant volumes. That's an uptick of around 4 times the previous year. So we're really focused on working the border continuum and with our partners to share information intelligence, but also disrupt this. So most recently, one of our partners in Asia intercepted 23 containers containing 32 million cigarettes that were on their way to Australia. They took that out at the source.
My final question for now, but it's not as though the supermarket shelves or the convenience store shelves are empty. I mean, you're talking about a lot of interception, but at this point, it doesn't seem as though supply is an issue. Is that correct?
I think you can look at supply at any particular point in time. And obviously our seizures at the border, post-border, pre-border do make a difference to supply. So there are occasions where organised crime find it hard to supply illicit tobacco and vapes because of the activities that we're undertaking.
And you know that by how? Because as I said, I don't think we're hearing about people finding it hard to get or stores that stock illicit tobacco not having any.
So that's a combination of intelligence that we receive. So through the Illicit Tobacco Task Force, for instance, it's a task force that's made up of a number of government agencies. We also have the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission as part of that task force. So we will receive information and intelligence based on what they're seeing, hearing, as well as our other partners in some of our other disruption groups.
I've got more, but
I'll just quickly. Ms. Shahita, if I could go to you, please. There's been much information, both in the media more broadly and presented to this inquiry as well, that the excise has in fact been the primary driver of what we are seeing when it comes to illicit tobacco. What's your response to that?
I formulated advice on the drivers to the problem in my report based on the subject matter expertise of multiple stakeholders. I have engaged with state and territory law enforcement, health, business and consumer services. I've engaged with academics. I've engaged internationally. I've engaged with federal intelligence agencies, Australian Federal Police, Australian Border Force. My team has commissioned research.
Yep.
There is a number of things that are, as I said before, distilled in my advice. I know that the media and the general public hear a lot of simplified views in the media from individuals' perspectives. Individuals who may be supported by tobacco companies, who may be driving a particular intent of their own interests, or driving an opinion based on the perspectives that and information available to them. I'm trying to give a more comprehensive picture of a trustworthy source of advice for government in this report. Excise has not been found in the evidence in front of me as the sole or primary driver of this issue, and that's what I've tried to articulate in my report. If it was as simple as that, I would be putting that advice to government, and I think that I need to continue to actually hold the health outcomes of Australia in my mind at the same time as looking at excise. This isn't purely a financial problem to solve. If we move excise back to what I've heard in the media as this magical 2019 value, I need to look at what that does to people who have stopped smoking because of the price.
I don't think, just to jump in there, I don't think anyone is suggesting that the excise in entirety is the problem. I don't believe that's the issue, and of course there are the health outcomes that need to be looked at this as well, but we are looking at it from the matter of if we are now seeing smoking rates increasing, and particularly for young people as well, at what point has that altered when even the health organisations suggest that over the last decade those smoking rates were holding fast, not necessarily declining, but certainly not increasing. Something has changed, and it is from that period of 2019, it appears. So you did state earlier in the response to Ms. Fairman that your report says that the excise is part of it. So therefore, if you're acknowledging that, then is it also part of the solution for that to be addressed, either lowered or potentially frozen, until we're seeing better outcomes, because we're not seeing great outcomes right now?
Yes, I mean, I definitely need to keep that at the forefront of my mind. I don't have any evidence in front of me that anybody has provided in terms of whether the shift will work. So that is evidence that we need to develop. When I look around the world in different countries, the excise point, or the whatever taxation settings they have on tobacco, doesn't neatly correlate with the size of the illicit market. You even have markets, countries with some of the cheapest legal tobacco in the world with sizable illicit markets. You have some countries that even within the one country there's different prices of, there's different market shares of illicit suppliers, even though there's one excise setting. So I would definitely be considering what solutions we might be able to put forward as advice to government if there was evidence in front of me that that was something that could resolve the issue. So sometimes drivers are drivers and they're not necessarily the solution. I think it's a very important thing to continue to consider, and I hold my advice to government really seriously, because we have the health outcomes of the majority of Australians also at stake, and I really need to understand if there's trade-offs with those outcomes if I put advice to government about excise.
Okay. Just another quick one, fellas, just before I come to you, just sort of a little bit away from that topic. If I could come to you, Mr. Fitzgerald, just really quickly. When it comes to, and that's very impressive, 7,500 detections, 50 a day is a lot. What's happening when it comes to storage and destruction of the product as well? Obviously, if you are detecting more, you're obtaining more, costs in that regard are also increasing.
That is correct. And as a result of that, we have been funded extra by the federal government to assist us with that.
Enough to address it?
At the moment, yes. Noting that we are increasing our seizures as suggested. Probably worth adding at that point in time as well, re your question, there was funding also provided of around $20.4 million to support state and territories in terms of their uplift of the illicit tobacco priority and support the model of compliance, but in particular around storage, destructions, etc.
And there is a bit of cross-jurisdictional issues with that, so that if New South Wales finds that it becomes their cost, but if you find it on the border, it's your cost?
No, so when it was first set up in 23-24 and that funding was provided, there was an absence of legislative authority that allowed us to just hand over the $20.4 million as such. It didn't preclude us or stop us from providing some support financially during the period while we made the legislative corrections that were required. So during that period, there was 28 times where we conducted joint operational activity with our state and territory partners that allowed us to then fund and support states and territories with the storage and destruction. Post the legislative changes that occurred on the 31st of October 2025, that funding now is in a position to be able to just supply that directly, and we've supplied $6.3 million to states and territories, including $1.1 million that was provided to New South Wales Police in December of 2025.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along, much appreciated. Firstly, for you, Ms. Shakia, I've had a look at your written submission, and the only mention in it of price seems to be on the second page in the third dot point, where you talk about higher price points being, I think, a suppressant on tobacco use. And I'm just wondering why there's no mention that I can find anyway, and I stand to be corrected, about the price differential and reducing excise as a way of reducing the differential and impacting on the illegal market.
I don't have it in front of me, but it is mentioned quite a number of times through the report, not just on page 2. I just don't have the references in front of me.
I was more talking about the submission to us rather than in the report.
Sorry. I think the submission to you pointed to that my full advice would be in my report.
Sure, but on the second page, for example, you talk about the various things that might address the issue, and you talk about strengthening powers to seize profits, steps taken by state and territory governments to reduce opportunities for criminal exploitation, licensing schemes being introduced, increasing engagement and cooperation. They're the 4 things that you single out. I'm just wondering why you say nothing about the price differential.
I think another way to explain this is that I view this as a very multifaceted approach. I need to look at what's happening across the supply and demand chain,
Yep.
both from international, at the border, post border. I need to look at money flows outside those
Yep.
price points. I need to, there is a number of different ways within which we need to tackle the issue.
Sure.
I
but-
think in terms of my submission to this government, I understand that you're unpacking this for a state and territory level. So I probably made it, relevant to a state territory level government. I think that one of our big priorities at the moment is getting the legislative and licensing parameters correct. So that there's
Sure, but
yeah.
you purported to put in a submission to us on how to combat the illicit tobacco market. We're delving into this complexity around the price differential and market forces, which seems to be an obviously important and protruding issue.
Absolutely.
Yet the submission that you put to us as a federal public servant makes no mention at all of price differential. And I suppose I just want to put to you squarely, why isn't it in there? And is it not in there because the federal government as a whole is not interested in reducing the excise and would rather a focus on enforcement because it's a significant source of revenue for the federal government, so you don't want to go there?
My advice is my advice, not my minister's advice.
Sure, I appreciate that.
I put in there what has emerged as the priorities to me at the time I wrote that submission, with a note to look at my full analysis through the report. It hasn't, as I've said in the report, it is not what I've distilled of the evidence in front of me. It is not the priority for government at the moment. That's why I didn't put it there. My priorities are around strengthening
I know it's not a priority for
consequences.
government, right? But we're looking at a policy question. So we're interested, insofar as we can get it, in objective and meaningful evidence about what might actually work. So if it's not a priority for the federal government, I understand that. But is that a way of saying that your evidence is conditioned by what's a priority for the federal government rather than what is objectively sort of meaningful for us?
I think I answered that before. Let me repeat my answer. My advice in my report and in my submission is my advice. I am not. My role as a statutory appointment is to put independent advice up to
Yep.
my government. So my submission is my submission, not my minister's submission.
Yep.
It is not, I think I'm inferring from your question, why is it not in there? Because I am towing the line of a government position, and I disagree with that.
So is that the same thing as saying that reducing the price differential, in your view, would not be effective at all, or would not be as effective as the other 4 things that you pointed out? Like, are you saying that it's not a priority, or are you saying that it wouldn't help? I suppose that's what I'm trying to work out.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I think my advice is that the 4 most important priorities to make the biggest impact with the evidence in front of me is strengthening consequences, demand reduction, increasing interagency capability, and making sure we have unified data and intelligence sharing. That is what I think, from everything that my office has done in terms of engagement and research, in terms of the priorities that we need to address this issue. addressing the price differential had not, there isn't evidence in front of me that made that part of the priorities around addressing the issue, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think you said before that the evidence suggested that it wouldn't be a primary way of addressing the issue. But that's not the same thing as saying that it's not relevant or it's not important.
Yeah.
So could you talk to us a bit about what all this work that's been done says about how much impact it might have?
I think we need to build a significant amount of evidence around what consumer behaviour would do, what the trade-offs to health outcomes would be. I don't have anything to substantiate what difference the price change would make. I can, as I've said, there's a number of countries around the world with very different excise settings but very sizable illicit markets. I also know that it's an overabundance of cheap supply that actually can keep prices of illicit trade down. So even if say we did decide to reduce excise, we would potentially push illicit prices down. There's still going to be a price differential that we don't have control over. You've got, in regulated trade, you also have tobacco company profit margins as well, which have also increased over the period. So there's different things that changing excise doesn't address. There's no evidence in front of me that illicit prices wouldn't get cheaper if regulated prices got cheaper. There's no evidence in front of me that even if we made regulated products $30 or $20 that people wouldn't still opt for a $10 packet. So in that sense...
So have you looked at the research from the public health professionals who are advocating a reduction in the excise?
I have looked at all of the research that has been generated on the issue. Yep.
Can I jump in
And
with
did
a
you
question?
find any of that convincing? Or?
I am not convinced to put that as a priority to government at the moment, no.
And have you found research that says that sort of beefing up enforcement is going to work?
Definitely, there is the similar amount of logic and evidence in front of me in terms of we need to actually engage law enforcement in parameters that support their enforcement activities, so making legislative and licensing frameworks strengthened.
Sure, but that's about what we should do to head down a particular path. But is there evidence that, compares comparable situations or comparable countries and like issues that point to how effective it will actually be? Or is it just sort of hopeful speculation? And if it's hopeful speculation, I'm just curious why you're attracted to that sort of hopeful speculation but not to the excise reduction stuff.
No, I understand. I don't think it's hopeful speculation. I think in terms of gathering the evidence from engaging with a number of different subject matter experts and stakeholders around the country and internationally, that is the evidence that has come in front of me, and I've formed my advice in terms of that being a priority.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of that is governmental and sort of focused on revenue, but anyway.
I'd like to... Sorry. I shouldn't. I'd just like to remind the committee the intent of excise on cigarettes is a tobacco control strategy, the policy outcomes to reduce demand. It is not primarily a revenue-making policy.
Well,
Ms. Shahida,
is
then...
that a
Billions
reliance
of dollars gone.
on what politicians say, or is that actually...
This is what the
something you can
National
assert?
Tobacco Strategy, that's a policy of, it's a national policy, National Tobacco Strategy. This is around trying to reduce the smoking rates, reduce consumption.
I accept that it's a legitimate public health strategy, but what's happened over the last 5 years in terms of the continuation of the increase in the excise, is that properly described as a public health strategy or revenue raising? I mean, it's not. It doesn't change its character just because presumably there's something written down in a government strategy. You've got to look at why governments actually do things, don't you?
My understanding is that decisions around policy decisions to increase excise is around pushing down demand.
Okay. Sorry, Kate.
That's. I just wanted to explore this
well.
whole concept
That works
of
well.
evidence more, because you're pushing back against maybe making recommendations around reducing the excise because there's no evidence. And my colleague did ask questions in some ways towards this, but Mr. Fitzgerald, what evidence is there that stronger enforcement, because the ITEX report actually says and calls for providing law enforcement agencies with resources to fight criminals, strengthening powers to seize criminal profits, so essentially increasing resources for law enforcement. What's the evidence to show that the increase in resources, the increase in your detections is bringing down those smoking rates, which is what you've suggested is the goal, Ms. Shatia?
So is that a
Mr.
question
Fitzgerald,
for
yeah.
myself?
I mean, you're
can't-
Australian Border Force. What's the
Yeah.
evidence to show that all of the work that you're doing, which is you've just quoted all of these figures, all of these interceptions, but smoking rates are going up, that would be a policy failure there, right there, wouldn't it?
I'm not in a position to comment about smoking rates, to be honest, but what I can tell you is up until I'd suggest the last few years, illicit tobacco smuggling was seen as high reward, low risk. So we went through a period whereby even those that we would intercept, detect and take before the courts, it was low risk in terms of the potential of receiving a custodial sentence, for argument's sake, and the penalties associated with illicit tobacco. We've done a lot of work with our partner agencies, and we are looking at legislative reform to make that, in my words, that environment more hostile. So that, for instance, just to give you an idea of some of the operational activities that we do undertake with our partners and the impact it has, Operation Smoke Haze, an ABF, AFP, AUSTRAC joint operation. It was on the back of a seizure of 4 million cigarettes in a container that came through here. Warrants with the Australian Federal Police and their criminal assets confiscation team resulted in the $24 million worth of assets being frozen, for argument's sake.
Because what I'm asking, because we hear a lot of this, because the media units do go a bit crazy when this kind of stuff happens. But I suppose going back to the Commissioner, what's the evidence? Where is the global evidence that increasing this, strengthening this law enforcement is going to make any difference on what people can purchase on the illegal market when it comes to tobacco? What is that evidence?
I don't have the references in front of me, but I know that the one that comes to the top of my mind is a World Bank report and I'd be speculating if I put the date there in front of you, that talks about there needs to be and looks at countries around the world and the evidence around enforcement strategies and strengthening the I'm trying to remember the words that Mr. Fitzgerald had just said, in terms of increasing the consequences, making it a more hostile environment for organised crime. This is an organised crime issue. We have police around the country looking at dismantling organised crime networks, which there's a lot of things driving and motivating organised crime to push on the tobacco market, including, as I've said before, an overabundance of cheap supply and their sophistication in terms of supply chains.
A couple of things. Firstly, could you provide the evidence on notice then? Because you said you're struggling to recall that. Secondly, in relation to the therapeutic-only nicotine vapes, and again, I feel like we've got the evidence here in Australia. I mean, there's the evidence actually, you would think, is the very high excise and the prescription-only vapes, which are driving this incredible illegal market. I mean, I think quite a few other countries' experts are also looking at that, because we're providing this example. So what has been your advice to the government around the prescription-only nicotine vape situation, and whether that's working?
Vapes is an interesting issue in terms of our previous conversations on price being a driver. Illicit vapes are similar, if not the same price as regulated vapes. So there's something that's also in my mind. I know that there's the accessibility of flavours and the accessibility to under 18s that is really a big driver in the illicit vape market. I haven't seen any harm minimisation strategies around the world or in Australia that happen outside a regulated therapeutic environment. For e-cigarettes and vapes to be classified as therapeutic goods in Australia, it comes under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and looking at a harm minimisation strategy in terms of a smoking reduction tool. Now, at the moment, the illicit market is not supplying that, and I think it would be remiss of me to advise government on a harm minimisation strategy that is outside a regulated market. No other drug harm minimisation strategy happens outside a therapeutic regulated market.
Could you just provide as well what countries and research that you have undertaken? You said that quite emphatically, that there is no, from your research, any other example of, in terms of what you said, which countries have the therapeutic regulated market for nicotine vapes that you're referring to?
So I'm saying Australia has the therapeutic regulation for vapes.
Yeah, but so all of the other evidence around the world, are you saying that you're getting your evidence around harm reduction from Australia?
I'm speaking in general drug strategy terms around the world. There is harm minimisation strategies are attached to therapeutic regulated parameters. Right. Other countries don't necessarily have the same classification of vapes and e-cigarettes as Australia. Australia has it under a Therapeutic Goods Act because it is seen as a smoking reduction tool, and that's how Australia has chosen to look at regulating vapes.
My last
That's
question,
what
it does sound as though the instruction provided to you by the minister or the government is essentially to do your work within the policy parameters that the government has set. And whether you like them or not, you have to defend them as the Commissioner. Is that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Yeah, I might just have a quick one then, if you don't mind, fellas. That Dr. Moss, if I could come to you, please. Are you able to give us an idea of increases in how often illicit tobacco is appearing in suspicious transaction reports versus other criminal activity as well?
Absolutely. So, to date, we've watched suspect bad reports, known as SMRs in Australia, which are only one part of the AML CTF reporting regime. So this is where financial institutions form a suspicion that there are matters to be referred to law enforcement and government. So it's not evidence, it's a suspicion from the reporting entity, the bank,
so suspicious
to government of data and entities that we may consider for further assessment. We receive about 850 of these a day from banks.
Sorry, 850?
850 a day.
A day. And
this year to date, we've received about 600, this calendar year, 600 SMRs that explicitly mention illicit tobacco.
And so when you're talking about the other 850 per day, that is for criminal activity across the board, and now you're talking about 600 specifically for illegal tobacco.
Yes,
Is that, am I correct in that?
the period from 1 January this year.
Mhm.
We've been working with the banks, and the CEO of Austrac has written to the banks. We've indicated to the banks what indicators for illicit tobacco money laundering would look like. Most crime types have typologies. Illicit tobacco has a typology. That has now been reverse engineered into bank systems. Banks will now report SMRs of codes, so we can see more that's relevant to illicit tobacco. We'd expect to see the SMR numbers increase, but they will increase predominantly because of the indicator knowledge of the banks to allow them to see more and report it to government more accurately.
And so then that can be passed on to law enforcement in order to
So
facilitate...
Austrac systems, including international transactions, SMRs, cash threshold reporting, are available to all our law enforcement partners in near real time. About 35 agencies across Australia, including New South Wales entities such as Police, Crime Commission, and the federal agencies that are based here, have access to that system, and they conduct over 10 million searches a year of Austrac systems. In addition to that, we have dedicated staff embedded into the Illicit Tobacco Task Force, into the Illicit Tobacco National Disruption Group, and into the state and territory task force groups, predominantly through the AFP-CACT funding streams, to assist law enforcement interpret those SMRs, select those that have high return on investment and high likelihood of disruption, and those analysts are very skilled in that typology.
And so that has seen an uplift in funding, obviously, like the staff resourcing, if you're directing it to that. Has there been an uplift in funding
there
as
has.
well?
ABF funds our Illicit Tobacco Task Force secondees, so there are 3 staff allocated to the ITTF. The recent Commonwealth package to federal police has funded 4 analysts into criminal assets and confiscation team, which we also have mainstream analysts in for a long time doing other financial crime work. So yes, there's an increase in Austrac staff working with Commonwealth agencies and embedded into things like state and territory strike teams.
Okay, just one a little bit more specific, and you may have to take it on notice, but financial intelligence, is there any identification of region or numbers relating to regional distribution hubs, specifically in relation to illegal tobacco?
I need to take that on notice, but we could pattern out what our work is showing across state jurisdictions, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just one really quick one for Ms. Shahita, please. You talk about in your 4 points that you've put forward in your report, demand reduction. So what's your, what's the top priorities in how that might be achieved to reduce the demand for the illegal product?
The tobacco and nicotine consumption rates are definitely a big part of what's driving an illicit market. We need to continue downward pressure on demand. That's in terms of through campaigns, through nicotine replacement therapy, through wraparound support for addiction.
Are there current education awareness campaigns? It seems to be some time since there's been a broad move towards that.
Yep, I can find those for you if you like. I can read them out.
No, that's okay. You can take that on notice so that we don't have a lot of
there
time
are,
left. But
there
you're
are
suggesting
campaigns.
that that's happening now. Okay.
There are campaigns happening now in schools. There is more work being done in terms of demand reduction approaches around the country, and there needs to be continued work in that space. That's why it's one of my priorities. I think we should be doing more.
And the measurement of that as well. How will you conduct measurement of the effectiveness of demand reduction?
There's often
illicit tobacco going down.
Yes, there's often inbuilt with any of the tobacco control measures, and Department of Health would be best to speak to this than me. There's normally inbuilt evaluations to those projects. I am taking a systemic view and will have my report as my benchmark in terms of monitoring what is happening across the illicit market more broadly than what a health campaign will be able to evaluate. So we are working with our partners in terms of developing an outcomes framework to be able to evaluate progress. And my report was the first time government has been able to bring together data from all states and territories and at a federal level to be able to report on the issue. So I will be using my report to be able to monitor and track progress, size of the market, for example.
Ms. Shahidi, you talk about the excise taxes being levied to discourage people smoking. How do you comment on what's actually happening in the real world with the availability of illegal tobacco, and is the excise system actually working? Forget about how much it's actually earning for the moment. Is the excise system still working as a deterrent for people smoking, especially young people?
I think this is the crux of the issue and why I'm here to try and stamp out the illicit market, where it comes at the expense of the hard fought for public health outcomes that we've been trying to achieve, that Australia's been trying to achieve.
Well, they
over
may be
the last
hard
few
fought
decades.
for, but that it's failing now. That's what's evidence put in front of us is telling us that the excise system now is so out of step in relation to what the value of illegal tobacco is. And I understand the entrepreneurial zealotry of those importing it and selling it, that you drop the price, their price will go down further, and so on, and you'll just keep chasing your tail. But isn't there a mixture of what needs to be done in all of this? Enforcement, bring tobacco taxes down to a level where they may for a while match, and then continue hard on the enforcement all over Australia?
I'm looking at every point possible to try and disrupt the market. My priorities are the four that I've been talking about today, and I think I come back to the point about evidence around excise is really strong, because I know that there is massive trade-offs that are at risk. You know, being able to increase enforcement or continue demand reduction or strengthen interagency capabilities. For me, there isn't a public health trade-off if we pursue those things. They are definitely important priorities to address the issue. The excise issue, it is such a it's such a complicated issue. It is not simple, because you have the smoking rates and population health outcomes that are at risk if we do anything there. So I'm really cognizant of wanting to build the evidence before I can put advice to government on that. And that's the sentiment that I've been trying to bring out today.
Well, we've heard evidence that says that there's an increasing level of nicotine. I suppose that's the thing they look for in the water when it's measured for all sorts of drugs, and that is being used as a primary indicator of the fact that people are smoking more, especially in the 18 to 24 age group.
So
what do you say to that?
My advice from the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission that commissioned the wastewater analysis around nicotine consumption and around a range of different substances found in wastewater, that when you look at comparison between different periods, you can see an increase or you can see a decrease, but over time there's a relative stability. So I will be looking to the Australian Health and Welfare Institute's National Drug Survey that is to be reported on at the end of the year to monitor consumption rates. I think the evidence needs to be a combination of a range of things Australia has put in place to monitor consumption rates, and the nicotine wastewater analysis, when I see people picking out, well, between this month and that month it rose, and I look at the graph that goes like this, I think people pick and choose the months that they talk about in terms of whether they want to impress upon you the amount of nicotine consumption going up.
I think that's being a bit disingenuous, Ms. Sheeter. The reality is your lack of collections in relation to excise tells us exactly what's going on. That's the reality of it, isn't it?
Transaction reports.
So what's your question,
Well,
Chair?
my question is, why don't you recommend the lowering of excise and in Globo, like for example, we had a very quick National Cabinet meeting after the massacre in December, and all sorts of things were done very quickly. National approach, just like that, bang, done. Why don't we have a National Cabinet meeting and coordinate what's going on in this tobacco sector right across Australia and address it in that way? Because there are an awful lot of people dying, and a lot more will die because they're smoking illegal tobacco, while the feds sit there and think about money and think about the broad solution, but don't offer a solution.
It's not a matter for me in terms of what's on the agenda of National Cabinet meeting. I just want to put that forward.
So you don't think calling a National Cabinet in relation to this, it's not a big enough emergency that we get this sorted out on a national scale?
We've been addressing the issue at a national scale in Police Ministers' Council meetings. I have a national illicit tobacco and e-cigarette forum that I chair with all state governments across law enforcement, health and consumer business services and the Commonwealth, in Australian Criminal Intelligence Agencies, Australian Tax Office, AFP and Australian Border Force. We are taking this seriously as a national issue, and it has been addressed by all governments in Australia.
Well, until very recently, the New South Wales government wasn't addressing it.
The New South Wales Government has been part of the National Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Forum, and prior to that the National Vaping Workforce. And since my commencement in July, I have spoken and presented and sought agreement on priorities at the Police Ministers' Councils twice, and New South Wales government is part of that.
To you, Mr. Fitzgerald, what is the Border Force doing to increase the level of interdiction of illegal tobacco?
So as previously explained, Chair, we're doing quite a fair bit. We're working along the border continuum, so part of that key, and if I go back to that example, so offshore, we're working with our international partners offshore to disrupt organised crime and the export of illicit tobacco and vapes to Australia. And as previously provided, evidence that is supporting that is starting to work through the number of seizures and detections. Similarly, here at the border, in those environments, whether it's passenger environment, air cargo, sea cargo, international mail, those avenues where organised crime are attempting to import illicit tobacco, we have prioritised tobacco as high priority among a couple of other priorities, including border control drugs. That then allows us to focus our resources, and that's not just frontline operational resources in terms of Border Force officers opening packages for argument's sake. We're looking at the improvements around intelligence sharing and information that inform us what are high-risk people and goods crossing our border. We're starting to see that through that intelligence and information improving, our strike rates in terms of what we're examining are improving, and the number of detections are increasing, and the weight of what we're seizing is increasing. Then we work very closely with our partner agencies post-border for those illicit tobacco shipments that might have circumvented our controls at the border.
So
to disrupt them.
For example, in New South Wales, who would be the partner agency you would work with?
From a law enforcement, Border Force enforcement perspective, we work very closely with New South Wales Police. We've also worked very closely now with New South Wales Health, for argument's sake. So there's a number of entities that we will work with to disrupt illicit tobacco.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few from me. I might go online to Mr. Smith. I was wondering, Assistant Commissioner, could you talk us through how your organisation, in determining what work it does and also judging the outcome of the work, could you talk to us about whether the KPI in terms of tobacco is the amount of seizures, or is the KPI also the size of the illicit market over time?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I think the key comment you were referring to just before, as Deputy Commissioner Fitzgerald just outlined, there is a very strong focus in terms of obviously the volume that we're seizing at the border, the volume that we're seizing offshore as well. And yes, that from a KPI perspective, that's an important number to be able to track how effective we are in terms of performance. But when you look at it from the organised crime aspect, we know fully well that we're talking about a criminal syndicates that operate sometimes commodity agnostic and not necessarily purely from an illicit tobacco perspective. So the focus also has to be in terms of breaking the business model of organised crime. So we have a KPI focused on, and certainly in terms of the numbers that we're finding, but also how do we actually measure the degradation of organised crime groups that are operating in this environment. And this is when we look at it from an Australian Border Force perspective. We partner strongly with state, territory and Commonwealth partners in serious organised crime. We're members of the Serious Organised Crime Coordination Committee as well.
Just to interrupt, sorry. So do you have a KPI that looks at what percentage of the tobacco market is legal and what percentage is not legal?
Not specifically within the Australian Border Force, but we work alongside the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner to be able to actually measure that. So we will look at it from a border perspective, pre, at and post-border, but in terms of the system and the whole picture, we will work alongside the ITEC Commissioner for that.
So the illegal market could continue to grow as it's done sort of hugely in the last 4 or 5 years, and your KPIs might be going quite well.
It's an incredibly important point that you raise in the sense that we have to be in parallel with understanding what that illicit market is to actually measure performance, because you're right, it can't be solely on statistics of seizures alone.
Yeah.
It needs to measure in terms of the effectiveness of degrading the system as a whole.
And just back to you, Ms. Shakir, if I could, you able to talk us through what is the public health risk from legal e-cigarettes that at the moment are prescribed by doctors, I think, or obtained from chemists? What risk do they pose?
There's a number of things that the Therapeutic Goods Association has to regulate in the e-cigarette market. Once it goes out of the e-cigarette, out of the regulated market, there is no control around the ingredients of of what's in e-cigarettes and vapes. There can be...
I'm asking about the legal market though, so the e-cigarette that you get
yes.
from the chemist. Yeah, what's the health risk from that?
The health risk from the legal market.
Yeah.
Vaping still has nicotine in it. There's risks around nicotine. It is... there is less risk through what I was trying to say, there is less risk through the regulated market than illicit market. But
what is the actual risk from the legal market on a population level? Like, what is nicotine doing to us that's harmful in and of itself? And I ask the question because it just seems interesting to me that the most harmful form of nicotine is legal, and what seem to be almost indisputably the less harmful forms of taking nicotine are illegal.
I'm just not following. Are you saying the legal e-cigarettes are more harmful than illegal e-cigarettes?
Well, smoking cigarettes, which is legal, has a catastrophic health impact in the community.
Comparison between vapes and cigarettes.
Inhaling nicotine through a legal vape seems to me, it might have some ill effect, but it seems pretty small. This seems to me a strange policy setting that we've got, where the most harmful form is legal. The less harmful forms are not legal. And I'm wondering if you can tell us why that is.
I think that it's considered a quit support tool. That's why it comes under the Therapeutic Goods Act. Nicotine is associated with gum disease, with pulmonary cardiovascular disease. There's anxiety. There's a number of things that nicotine. Very bad for young people. So there's concerns that we have around that.
I mean, there's a lot of harmful things. Do you think nicotine in and of itself warrants being illegal in a context of a society where lots of people do harmful things to themselves. They're not necessarily illegal. I mean, people
And
eat red
nicotine-
meat, that's harmful.
Yeah.
People do all sorts of things.
Nicotine is not illegal in
Alcohol.
Australia, right? It's not illegal. Smoking is not illegal. The person who purchases cigarette, it is not illegal for them to purchase, whether that's through a regulated market or an illicit market. I'm here to focus on combating illicit trade in unregulated products.
Sure.
The value of e-cigarettes as a quitting tool is best provided through a regulated therapeutic environment. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. So
No worries. I think that's time, is it, Chair?
Yep.
It is.
Yeah.
Chair, time.
We're done, are we? No more
Yeah.
questions? Okay. Thanks very much. Did we have any questions on those? I don't think we did we?
Yeah, there are a few.
Thanks very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
No, we didn't.
Thanks for your evidence. Okay, thanks very much for coming today. Maybe starting with you, Mr. Fukari, could you please give us your full name, your position, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Theo Fukari, CEO, Australian Association of Convenience Stores. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Everett?
Thank you. Oliver Everett from the Shopping Centre Council of Australia. I'm a senior advisor there. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Chair. James Newton, Head of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at the Shopping Centre Council of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Oh, it is too, sorry. Those lines. Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As you'd be aware, the Shopping Centre Council of Australia is the national industry group representing shopping centre owners and managers. Shopping centres typically accommodate a number of tenants that sell tobacco products, including supermarkets, some newsagents, and mostly dedicated tobacconists. Our members have a strong interest in ensuring these tenants operate successfully and can be effectively managed where necessary. Through the SCCA, our members meet regularly to discuss operational and leasing matters, which informs our engagement with governments on policy and regulation. Illegal tobacco has become an increasing concern, and we've worked with regulators, police and health authorities across all jurisdictions to help address it. Our key interest is in closure orders legislation. It has been to ensure that once a closure order is issued, lessors are enabled to terminate the lease of a tenant trading in illicit tobacco. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for engaging with stakeholders like the SCCA last year and for her efforts to legislate a practical response. As noted in our August 2025 submission to the committee, we strongly supported the New South Wales Government's intention to introduce closure orders legislation, and so welcome the passage of the Tobacco Legislation Closure Orders Amendment Bill 2025. We appreciate the engagement of the Health Minister's Office and departmental staff who supported and have ultimately legislated the SCCA's framework for closure orders and lease termination, which is outlined in our submission. This mirrors our engagement with the Queensland Government, which adopted the same framework. Under the framework, lessors can act decisively when a lessee receives a closure order. They can terminate a lease without being delayed or exposed by lessee dispute and mediation processes. They can terminate leases on grounds of repudiation, access rental bonds, and are immune from claims for damages or compensation. And the relevant lessor is defined as the party closest to the store operator. These elements empower lessors to support the policy intent and effectiveness of closure orders. Done right, closure orders can quickly stop illegal tobacco sales, which might otherwise be delayed by lengthy court processes. This is why we've encouraged other jurisdictions to adopt the same approach. Since the updated licensing scheme and closure order powers began in October and November 2025, New South Wales Health's tobacco register shows 74 closure orders issued, with only 5 involving shopping centre tenants. This confirms that shopping centres are lower risk environments and illegal activity is more common in independent tobacconists. Members report the closure orders in these locations immediately boost sales. Accordingly, we also welcome the government's recruitment of 30 additional tobacco inspectors, bringing the statewide team to 78. While few closure orders are expected for shopping centre tenants, we're reassured that measures now exist to address illegal tobacco in our context. At an industry level, our focus has been on ensuring members can respond appropriately once a closure order is issued. We're aware of wider commentary on related issues, but our key interest remains in supporting landlords to act effectively. I'll conclude my remarks there and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ficcari.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear. As CEO of the Australian Association of Convenience Stores, I represent in New South Wales around 1,800 petrol and convenience stores and around the country around 7,500. More than half are family businesses who employ locals and trying to do the right thing and serve their communities. Right now, they're being crushed, not by competition, but by organised crime. Illicit tobacco is no longer a public health issue. It's an organised crime issue operating in plain sight. Retailers are losing legal sales, facing intimidation, and watching illegal operators open, in many cases, next door and undercut them with untaxed, unregulated product. And we need to be honest about why this is happening and what the root cause of this is. Premier Minns and Minister Park are right on the money. Federal excise settings are the driving factor behind this black market. The Premier has shown real leadership by saying what many in this debate know, will admit to privately, but not talk about publicly. Now, the new enforcement powers are welcome in New South Wales. Closing around 60 stores sends a really strong signal, but signals don't shut down black markets. If we're serious about disruption, we need enforcement at scale. Hundreds, if not thousands, of illegal stores shut down for 90 days or more. That's what breaks the model. And importantly, we've seen this before. In Queensland, what's needed is a real shock to the system, where we saw a wide, visible sweep of closures that disrupt supply and accelerate action. They closed 149 stores in a 10-day period, and that number has now grown to just on 200. Something that fundamentally shifts the risk equation for illegal operators. Because right now, enforcement isn't matching the scale of the crisis. We need more enforcement, greater reach, and a real impact. But let me be clear. You cannot tax a product into the hands of organised crime and then arrest your way out of the consequences. If we don't tackle both enforcement and excise and regulation of vaping, the problem will keep growing, and it will be small businesses and local communities who pay the price. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Thanks, Chair. I can start if you want.
Yeah, please.
Just a question for the Shopping Centre Council firstly. In your submission, you say that closure orders are an exceptional policy response, effectively transferring risk and responsibility from government to the private sector in the event the government regulatory and enforcement efforts have failed. And I was just wondering if you could sort of unpack that for me, just explain what that means.
Certainly, Mr. Lawrence. They are. So it was a couple of years ago that we first engaged with the Queensland government when they introduced the concept of closure orders. It's quite remarkable for government to be able to come in and shut down a sector. A shop front, and I should say at the outset, we support the ultimate intent of closure orders. The issue that we had in Queensland at the time was our capacity to respond appropriately. So the prospect of having, for instance, a shopping centre tenant that shut down for up to 3 months and now longer has an impact on the surrounding shops and the landlord as well. Yeah. It has the prospect of rent not being paid, that tenant never coming to back to trade again. It is an impact on the centre and on the landlord.
And is the impact on the surrounding shops that you don't get the flow of customers that you've leased?
Yes, that's correct. And essentially, our expectations then when a closure order would be issued, then ultimately the relevant lessor would be bearing the costs of that. So that's why we've advocated in Queensland, now New South Wales, for closure orders to also give us the capacity to terminate a lease to remove that kind of risk and flow-on effect. So with those measures in place, which the legislation that was passed late last year in the New South Wales Parliament and also the Queensland Parliament, empower landlords to be able to respond appropriately. So we've got much more comfort now with those measures in place.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say that it's a transference of risk and responsibility, you mean basically that your members sort of bear the adverse impact of it because they lose business and they lose rental payments in circumstances where that's a consequence really of regulatory failure, perhaps?
Yes, it essentially, for want of an easy term, would leave the landlord carrying the can.
Yeah. So just a general question, just in conclusion from me. We seem to be hearing a lot of evidence from public health experts and different people that want to not suggest that reducing excise is kind of significant here. I think a lot of questions that I've certainly asked are obviously expressing the opinion that when you've got a black market that goes from 5 to 50% in a pretty small number of years, and the price differential is what it is, that it's obviously a significant factor, or would seem to be. But we just can't seem to get much evidence in terms of what was the point at which the excise increases stopped suppressing smoking and just became a driver of the black market. Is that something that any of your policy research is able to offer an opinion on, any of you?
Yeah, and I apologise, Mr. Lawrence, it's probably not something that
It's not your area.
It's not our area.
Yeah.
We obviously understand the tobacco excise is an influence, and it's an issue that the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarettes Commissioner and Mr. Fakari have got a very keen interest in. But from our perspective, our interest is essentially enabling our members to be able to respond appropriately when a closure order has been issued. So I apologise, it's probably not one for our organisation.
No worries at all, thank you. What about you, Mr. Fakari?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I think if you track back the evidence, 2018 is the year that the legal market fell off the cliff.
Yeah.
Okay, and you only need to look at Roy Morgan's nicotine usage, and they also they've tracked this for about 15 years. And if you look at, so they only track nicotine usage, they also track vaping and smoking separately, but ultimately, what we've seen from the year 2018 when vaping products started to come into the market, a lot of consumers transferred from the legal regulated market into, at the time, was an unregulated completely. There were no rules around vaping. That's when the shift happened, and post that. So I'll just come back to the Roy Morgan today, and you know, I was in listening to the ITEC Commissioner's testimony. Nicotine levels today, based on the wastewater analysis, to give us some context, are higher than what they were when it was originally first introduced. Okay, so and that's been tracked for 10 years. Nicotine consumption in Australia, when you look at the Roy Morgan data, says it's around 17.1%. 15 years ago, that number was 17.8%. So, you know, I think it's been well intended by successive governments to try and address the public health challenge around smoking. And from our perspective as retailers, so if I could sort of elaborate, tobacco in the retailers that we represent over the last 6 years has gone from a peak of 40% of our total in-store shopping sales, excluding fuel, and that's now down at around 10%. And when you look at the adult smoking rate and the nicotine usage rate, that has only gone one way, which is up. So, and we're not alone. Coles, Woolworths, Metcash, who represent the IGA brand, have all reported significant declines in their legal sales over a long period of time. And so the numbers are the numbers. Yeah, if you look at it, legal retailers, and I'm talking ASX listed organisations, sales are doing that. And you look at the nicotine consumption rates through both Roy Morgan, wastewater, the numbers are doing that. So clearly, and when you put that on a map, around this 2018 period is where it all started to change. So hopefully I've answered your question.
It's really helpful, thank you.
Does it get to a point where it's no longer viable to stock legal tobacco products?
So I think legitimate retailers will continue to sell tobacco whilst it's a legal product. Okay, some retailers may choose to get out of it because their insurance premium has gone from 10,000 to 100,000, which they've been
because
reported.
of the illegal market,
Correct.
fire bombings,
Correct.
and so on.
So to be honest, retailers actually don't care what the price is. Okay, if there was no black market, we wouldn't care. The price is the price, and if that's what the consumer chooses to pay, they pay it. So I think one of the important points that I'd like to sort of get across, because you know, we heard some evidence just prior that said there's no evidence put before them. That's because Australia has the worst illicit market in the world, and other countries are looking to Australia to say, wow, what should we not be doing if we don't want to end up like that? Okay, and it's, you know, if I'm speaking openly, it's extremely frustrating when I hear these types of comments made, because Australia is trying to look for something that doesn't exist. They've created a policy that has effectively, whilst well intended, actually put everyone from retailers to the general community to the health of Australians at risk because of the unintended consequences that have happened. So, you know, I think we can't just bury our heads in the sand when you look at this and say, like, our retailers have lost half of their gross profit margin today in comparison to when they were selling at 40%.
And that's not because fewer people are smoking.
Absolutely not. No. Like, so, you know, I think it's, I mean, you know, during the break, your break, or at any time, like, I think the New South Wales government's doing a good job, okay? They've got the settings in place to do what they need to do, but I do feel for them because, and every other state and territory, because they are cleaning up a mess that our industry body and many others have been sort of raising with all levels of government for more than 12 years now. And up until recently, it's been ignored completely. And now, all of a sudden, oh, we have a problem. That's sort of where we're at. And there needs to be change here. But in New South Wales specifically, you know, there's now sort of 78 officers that are doing this. New South Wales GST income from the sale of tobacco products has fallen through the floor. No different to every other state. And I believe that there should be, the federal government needs to step up their funding from whatever excise they're collecting and be able to provide that to the states, because we all know resources are stretched in a lot of areas and the money could well be used to go into other areas.
What more would you do if you were the Minns government to take it to the next stage?
So what I can say is, I think what we need is more stores shut down. So we need people on the ground, we need boots on the ground.
And you're talking about legal stores and illegal stores. We heard evidence today that legal stores, a lot of them selling illegal tobacco.
Yes, that's correct. In the Prime Minister's electorate, there was some reporting in the Daily Telegraph yesterday that said there were 67 stores selling illegal tobacco, of which I think 20 odd might actually have a licence and selling it. So I think it just comes back to this prioritisation. You know, the only way this can be addressed from a Minns government perspective, and any state government, is unless we have a change in policy settings that will address the demand diversion back into the legal market, it's still going to exist. So literally the only thing left that they can do outside of continuing to pressure the federal government around excise settings is to invest more. Otherwise the storefronts will continue to operate.
Invest more in shutting more stores down.
Absolutely. Enforcement. You actually need people. So, you know, in the absence of a change in federal government policy settings, we will continue to see a game of whack-a-mole. They will shut down. I can tell you, there's a store in Queensland that has been shut down once as was a branded store, unlicensed, shut down. It changed its name, it's shut down, and now it's re-registered as a beachwear and surfwear shop. That's just one example. Like, so these people aren't going to just stop. The real issue here is the fact that you have a $10 packet, on average it's 15, but you can get them cheaper, versus a $45 or a $50 packet. That's the root cause of the issue. Now, if I look at the Roy Morgan data, there's about 12% of the adult population that smoke. If I look at the numbers being thrown around by many different people, probably puts it at about 1.5, 1.8 million adults that choose to smoke illegally, based on the statistics available today. And if I look at the data available through Roy Morgan again, there are around 1.5 million adults who choose to vape. The prescription model has failed. I think in the last estimates that were made available, something like 3,000 consumers have used it. There are 1.5 million adults that are vaping, and they're all buying it through the ITEC Commissioner's own report. 98% of that supply is being provided illegally. So, you know, I just find it quite... It's a really interesting question that you ask around the Minns government, because, you know, he's been the most vocal, as has the Health Minister, Minister Park, in terms of actually raising the elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about, and it's just been ignored. But unfortunately, whilst we have that happening, there's only so much that the state can do, and I do feel for every state and territory, and I'll tell you why. There was an Oxford economics report that was released earlier this week by one of the largest independent supermarket operators in the country, Richie's. I'm happy to make that report available to the committee if you would like. But that showed that without a change in current policy settings, what would happen by the 2029 financial year, that the illegal supply of nicotine in Australia would be at around 90%. So effectively, that said that the federal government excise collection would go from about 5 billion today to around 1 billion. And at that point, what you have is organised crime actually running tobacco control.
So you think at that point the public health experts might admit that they were wrong?
Look, I would hope that logic prevails somewhere along the line.
There's
but
no logic.
I don't think they will.
If you don't mind, I'm happy to make a comment on that, because it's quite interesting that so the public health advocates in this space, they're well intended, okay? Absolutely. Yep, so smoking is bad. And I liked your question earlier just regarding why is a more dangerous product easier to get. I mean, it's illogical. But unfortunately, they're stuck in this ideological view, all of the public health advocates, that doesn't allow them to see clearly. And it distorts their view on how to address this issue. And they don't actually live in reality. Now, I represent retailers. I'm not a health expert, but over the last 5 years, I've learned a lot about this topic, because this is the number one problem for legal retailers in our space that I represent, which is going to cost jobs. It's already costing jobs, and safety, and the safety of our frontline staff. So that's why I've sort of learnt a fair bit about this. But the public health advocates are only going to tell us what the federal health minister wants to tell us. That's it. Everyone we speak to is sort of delivering the same message. And it's extremely frustrating when retailers who do the right thing are being penalised every day.
You say in your submission that you believe this government should transfer the responsibility of enforcement and regulation, I suppose, to liquor and gaming. Why do you say that?
So what we've seen in, firstly I'll say the submission was put in place before stores started to close. So there was some scepticism around if the health department was the right department to do it. Okay?
Well, you might find some sympathy amongst us here in that point of view, but anyway.
Yes. So I was sceptical. What we've seen to date, since it's been introduced, is we've seen 60 stores close. What I do know is in South Australia, they have moved it to Consumer and Business Services, which ultimately is the same body that looks after liquor and gaming. They're trained to actually deal with different types of environments, and they had a dedicated task force set up at the time with initially 20 people. That number has jumped to 36 now. And they, because it was their only focus and they were making inroads, they've shut about 150 stores with 28-day closure powers. At the time also, Victoria had presented this model where they would be putting it into liquor and gaming, but they ended up moving it into its own body under better regulation. So if I look at that was the thought process. I will say, since the time of the submission, I mean, the Queensland government have left the enforcement in health. And I understand the New South Wales government has done the same with the support of New South Wales Police. And what we've seen is that dedicated body has been focused only on this issue. So I think what we had proposed at the time, I'm happy to say we were incorrect in our assumption, because we have seen health departments with the right leadership, with the right legislation, actually be able to make a difference. The key point would be we just need a lot more, like, you know, I think there's a list published by some of the mastheads in New South Wales of around 1,200 illegal stores that are operating in New South Wales. I'd be suggesting someone should go and find that list and start at store number 1 and go to store number 1200. And that would be a really good start in terms of trying to address where the illegal stores are.
Mr Fakari, if I may, and I'll follow on to that, I think we were told this morning there's something like 20,000 potential shops, retailers, etc. throughout New South Wales was the figure I think we heard earlier today. But just before we get to that, for transparency, and because it has been raised by various witnesses throughout the course of our hearing and a half so far, including the Commissioner this morning, are any of the groups represented among you here today, have you received any level of funding or financial assistance from the tobacco industry?
I'll let you answer first.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we absolutely. So what I mean by that is we're a membership-based non-profit organisation, and we have around 120 manufacturers and or suppliers or service providers that pay an annual membership fee. They provide that to us on an annual basis, and along with retailers that provide us with a membership fee who sell legal tobacco products. Those fees vary based on the decision of each of the member companies. Our membership fees are available on our website for anyone to look at, and the funding we receive from the 3 tobacco companies is part of their membership fees, but no different to any supplier, whether it's a sandwich supplier, a beverage supplier, a point of sale software supplier, or anything like that. And I also will add that the direction that our association takes is set by our board, and our board is made up of 13 people represented from the industry that does not have any tobacco company representation. It's made up of retailers, of which there are 10, and 3 suppliers.
Okay, thanks for that information. Now, to come to that point that we were just talking about in terms of enforcement, and I have 2 separate questions. The first is that you state that the Premier has been most vocal in, the need to reduce the excise, but as you say, the federal government has the final say on that. What's your view that the New South Wales government can then rely on that, saying that, well, in the end, it's going to be the feds who will make the decision on it, to actually avoid further necessary investment of funds to deal with the enforcement and the stronger measures that are needed on top of the tax as well?
Sorry, so just so I can clarify, is the question, should New South Wales be comfortable that the federal government is going to do something on excise and maybe not spend as much?
I think it's more, yes, along the lines of, what's your view that the New South Wales government can't simply rely on the excise tax and avoid the broader issue that you've raised about the need for greater funding when it comes to enforcement and stronger measures? So they can't go, we can't do that, that's going to be out of our hands, but not do that either. Your view on that balance?
So I think New South Wales, no different to any other state, has a responsibility to their residents, and that's to keep them safe. And what we've seen is continual intimidation, we've seen continual violence, we've seen stores being ram-raided and firebombed. So I think New South Wales has a commitment to continue to make sure that the constituents are kept safe. If the illegal tobacco and illegal vape market continues to grow in New South Wales, there's going to need to be more funding spent, because it will become more dangerous.
And do you think that increasing funding levels will assist to address it?
So I think sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the reason I say that, we believe that the federal government should provide $300 million specifically for the states and territories to share only on enforcement. Okay, we've come up with that number based on some modelling around how many people you would need to tackle this issue. So I think one of the ideas that I've spoken with different members of Parliament on is this concept of, okay, what I know is we have this illegal tobacco problem, and there's all these metrics that tell us we have it and why we have it. One of the ideas that we're floating is, why don't you say, you know what, the market's changed, we were wrong. What we're going to do is we're going to, firstly, at least put a pause, a freeze on excise. But really, what we should do is say we're going to bring it down to this level, and we're going to ramp up our enforcement so that we can start to get on the same page. So put a pause, reassess, spend this money, close down all of these stores, and then you start to apply normal CPI increases onto this. At this stage, we haven't had any takers, but we will continue to push this argument because, as I said again earlier, the price is irrelevant if there's no supply availability. But right now we have an abundance of supply which is being driven by an abundance of demand, and unfortunately the enforcement just can't keep up. And at this stage there's no plans from the federal government to our knowledge, pause or even entertain the idea of a reduction. I must say, when the Federal Health Minister was interviewed just a couple of days ago in Perth, his the words that he chose to use around when he was asked around excise were very different to what have been used up until this point. And I do understand that based on Senate estimates, I think a week or two ago, where the Finance Minister, Minister Gallagher, advised that there is some price elasticity modelling currently going on with Treasury for tobacco. So what I would say is hopefully that is going to show that maybe the policy is wrong and maybe it needs to be addressed as part of the solution, not the solution.
So that's right, what you're suggesting is that enforcement can't do the job on its own. But just quickly to come to that then a bit more specifically, your submission states that enforcement capacity in regional New South Wales is particularly limited. So how is that the situation?
So I was talking to one of our retail members who has stores in Wagga and Bathurst, and they have not had one inspection done on them or any of the illegal stores around them. They have used the appropriate reporting tools available to them. They've reported stores on a number of occasions, more than 10 times, and there's been no action taken. And like this retailer said to me that their sales had gone from 200 packets a day to last Friday 1 packet, whilst the stores that are surrounding him continue to boom in trade. So that is just one example, but I do know that outside of northern New South Wales, in that Ballina and Byron area, around Albion Park, I believe there have been some closures, and around Newcastle. Outside of that, regional areas haven't seen anyone, and it is a significant issue in regional areas.
And you mentioned earlier, I think it was Mr Newton, who said 78 inspectors, but clearly there is a huge breakdown when it comes to where those inspectors are from a regional perspective compared to metropolitan.
Yeah, so those 78, I believe 30 have only been announced. They haven't been started yet. So I have no idea around how the prioritisation works for allocation, but yeah, I would suggest that it comes back to if the governments all believe we can enforce our way out of this to address the issue, it's like you need to send the army in, and people might think of like, what is this guy saying? But the amount of enforcement that would be needed to address the illegal supply of tobacco, I don't think anybody has any idea how many billions of dollars this is going to cost. And the reality is, I'll just fast forward for everyone for a moment. 3 years' time, the three large tobacco companies, because there's no commercial viability, because the legal market has all gone to the illegal market, decide, you know what, I can't operate here anymore. Oh my God. We're going to be dealing with crime gangs running all tobacco in Australia, and tobacco policy is non-existent, and we will need to bring the army in. And I say that genuinely because it will happen. I mean, we've seen this market go from where it was to where it is like that. And the speed in the last 12 months, we haven't seen anything like it. And it's going to continue at a faster rate unless there's a step change in policy to be able to move forward. And I don't say that to scare anyone. I say that because they're the facts presented in front of us, looking at what's happened to our retail members' sales versus what they were.
Can I just jump in and ask, just what that step change is that you're referring to? Quite a few submissions, I think, are making recommendations based upon almost the existing policy space, if you like, and strengthening enforcement and more officers. But from my perspective, to be blunt about it, I think we need to be hearing from witnesses about the policy reform that they think is necessary. So you're saying a policy step. That is, I assume, dealing with the issue of illegal tobacco broadly, which is is it the prohibition has failed model? Is that what you're where you're going?
So in our view, and this has been my consistent view for a number of years, there are 5 things that need to happen. Okay, firstly, the excise as set by the Commonwealth needs to be reduced. To what level is debatable. We believe it needs around a 50% reduction, which would take it to 2018-ish. That's number one. Number two, we believe that vaping products, which effectively are prohibited because pharmacists don't want them and consumers aren't using them, needs to be regulated in a responsible way, made available via licensed retailers, closed behind closed doors with health warnings, with restrictions on flavours so that they're not, attractive to under 18s. Sensible policy. That's the second point. The third point is we need uniform regulation and legislation on this. At the moment, we've got 8 different sets of rules. Everyone's doing their own thing differently. So we need the Commonwealth to actually say, there's one set of rules, here's what they are, there's one set of fines, and we're also going to run enforcement. Okay, so I've called for this for a while. The AFP should stand up one big team and they're responsible for it. They have their own KPIs and they put people in each of the states to go out and dismantle this from an enforcement perspective. The fourth part is you can buy this stuff online. And what we've seen in Queensland, where nearly 200 stores were shut in a very short period, was posters went up with QR codes and online social media advertising started immediately targeting people, where you just scan a QR code and it goes to WhatsApp and then you end up meeting someone in a car park or whatever to get your product, or online. You buy it online, it's delivered by Australia Post. Now, we and some of our retail members have reported at least 50 websites that are operating in Australia today on Australian domains for the last 8 months, and not one has been shut down, not one. And this is something that we continue. So we think that there needs to be a strong position on the availability of online. And the fifth piece, well, I sort of merged it into the third one, is the enforcement piece. It actually needs one body using one set of rules. Because at the moment, it's kind of like in Victoria, to give you an idea, and we have, under the new regulations, actually the people in better regulation, Victoria, if they go to a store that has illegal tobacco and illegal vapes, they are not allowed to seize the illegal vapes because it's a TGA responsibility. Okay, some states have made those changes, but in Victoria they haven't. So it's we just need one clean set of rules. So that would be the 5 recommendations that I would make.
Thank you. I'm good, Chair.
Thank you.
Just one more from me, if I could, for Mr. Fakari. One issue that we haven't sort of really, I don't think, expressly talked about in the inquiry, but I thought that you might have some views about it because of your members, is the difficulty for smokers being expected to buy cigarettes that are so expensive in circumstances where the excise is such a significant proportion of the price for legal tobacco. And I'm just wondering if your members, through you, do your members have any insights into just the difficulty that is being caused for people, many living in poverty in reality, who are addicted to nicotine and having to buy cigarettes at this very, very expensive price? What sort of impact is it having on people's lives? And it seems to me relevant because it is a driver ultimately of the black market, I would have thought.
So what I can tell you is, and this is first-hand evidence that's been reported to me, is consumers will come into their stores. So let's just say in New South Wales we've got a retailer. They'll drive into their store, they'll put in their $10 or $30 of fuel. They will have the car parked on site and walk around the corner to buy illegal tobacco.
Yeah.
So they're just not buying it. You know, and they're doing what they would need to do. It's extremely, so we don't have any sort of specifics on the impact that it's having, but I can tell you the impact that it's having on legitimate retailers. And that example that I gave you, that's not isolated. There are some that even operate on the same block of land in a different tenancy.
Yeah, because I heard an anecdote about a medical professional talking about the black market being a good thing because the mental health of their clients is so much improved because they're less so living in grinding poverty because their cigarettes aren't costing as much.
There's some merit to that. And I mean, look, let's face it, the reason people are buying cheap cigarettes is because they're addicted. Okay? And they're buying them because the government's effectively prohibited them through price. So they're changing their behaviour and supporting criminal organisations based on an effective prohibition, which is pretty sad. You know, but that's what we face today. That's the reality.
And there doesn't seem, if you go back in time in some of the graphs that we've been given, there doesn't seem to be a correlation between increasing price of legal cigarettes and a reduction in smoking. We seem to reach a flat point at some point some years ago. So prior to the recent explosion in the black market, it didn't seem to be suppressing smoking, but it seemed to be having a devastating effect on people living in poverty who continue to smoke.
Yep. And that's a fair comment. So I think excise policy, when it was originally introduced around 2010, maybe for 8 years, had an impact.
Yeah.
We were seeing a really good response to that from a public health perspective when I look at the data available, but post that it's flatlined.
Yeah.
I mean, in Western Australia, they have the only 2025 data available out of all of the states. They they recently announced a 20% increase in their adult smoking rate from 10 to 12%. Versus the prior 2 years, which was the period it was reported on, where, as I'm sure a lot of people in Canberra are waiting on, we're waiting for the latest data to be made available, because I think it's going to be a rude shock the next time the official government data is made available.
I mean, the whole thing just leads me to ask the question, how much money has the federal government extracted out of the poorest communities in the country for no public health benefit? That's what seems to me to be posed by all of this.
Yeah. So, look, it's a great question. What I can tell you is, you know,
controversy.
I think the federal government have to say they've got this wrong.
Yeah.
And I think what they, and I hope they do, because it actually, any move in excise continues to punish the more disadvantaged that are adults that are choosing to smoke. And those moves by the federal government are having unintended consequences on legitimate retailers, on members of the community, on the safety of frontline staff, on insurance premiums, people have been murdered in Victoria. An innocent person was murdered. And that's the scale of this. And your question earlier, Chair, about a national cabinet, absolutely this should be on the national cabinet agenda. This is a problem. This is a massive problem that's putting the communities around Australia in harm's way because of failed policy that they refuse to change. And as we heard earlier, there is no evidence globally because Australia is the evidence.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
We've got to get this tobacco off the streets.
Yeah, absolutely. The illegal product. And, we continue to hear sort of things like in South Australia, we've heard someone say we need to move to a tobacco-free generation and outlaw it. That's going to help.
Well, it's worked with vapes, hasn't it?
Absolutely. So, the health academics need to sort of just take a reality check and say, here's what's happening in the real world. This is the impact on legitimate retailers, legitimate consumers, and this is our world. And there's such a disconnect, it's scary, and hopefully common sense will prevail.
Well, just to question potentially to all of you, but Mr. Fakari, you mentioned earlier about intimidation of businesses, small businesses. What about small town regional shopkeepers? Is there any evidence or suggestion of them being pressured into selling black market cigarettes, the need for them to do it from a criminal perspective in terms of being...
I don't think we're aware of that behaviour from our members or their retailers. So I might hand back to Theo.
Yes, in short, in parts of New South Wales, in northern New South Wales, in central New South Wales, some of our members have personally been stood over and asked...
So basically being told that they will sell this illegal product?
Absolutely. And in some cases asked to pay protection money.
So do you think that is, and again I'm presuming it's anecdotal rather than evidence-based at this point in time, do you anecdotally believe that there is an increase in that type of activity as well? And particularly, again, I'm looking at the sort of regional areas in this, because obviously what we're seeing is the displacement of the problem to regional areas that aren't seeing the same level of enforcement or inspection, or so they're moving into that, and then these strong arm tactics are...
So we've seen that in regional Victoria happen. Some of our retailers have had to hire security guards to put out the front of their store to protect their staff. But look, in the regions, there needs to be a significant increase in people looking at this, because, so for context, this started in Melbourne metropolitan. It then spread to Victoria. It's then bled to New South Wales, and then it's gone into Queensland, and now it's leaked into South Australia, and it's leaked through to WA. It literally, once the market in metropolitan areas are saturated through illegal supply, they just continue to expand. And with that comes the threats and intimidation. And there are real examples that this is happening today in regional areas, which obviously I won't disclose specifics around the retailers, but and not just in our case, in many different retail settings.
So are you moving towards documenting that type of information as well?
The retailers capture that, absolutely, and they make their own, so they all run, especially the larger corporate style retailers, they capture that within, they have their own processes within that, but within small operators, that isn't being captured specifically. It's being reported to the relevant people. Some people are choosing to report to the local police, and others will report it through to us as an industry body in this case.
And just one final point then on data and data capture. Does your organisation have data on cumulative losses, and I'm specifically referring to regional retailers again in that space, rather than the focus on what's happening for Metro?
So I would need to take that on notice, but I would be able to give you that based on how many of our members are regional based,
Yep.
and then I will be able to apply that to the cumulative losses.
Yep, that'd be great.
Yep, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Terrific.
Any more questions?
No.
Sorry, one thing.
Yep.
If anyone wants to have a look of this in action and how involved it is, just walk across the road. Out the front of this place, there's a store. If you want, you can go in and buy a vape today. And I can pay on an electronic terminal that's running through Austrac's processing systems, and they get away with it. So I implore you, just go have a look. It's just like a normal store.
So what can you do? You just ask, can I have a vape, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
I implore you to have a look.
I don't know what I'd do with the vape though then once I bought it.
But that's the scale of it, okay? Right here in front of Parliament House, where we have everybody coming every day. Just go have a look, you'll see it. They're not on display, but if you ask, you'll get one.
So you're suggesting that what's going on is pretty much utterly ineffective?
Yes.
All right, I think questioning's come to an end. Thanks very much for coming. Been very useful.
Thank you.
And very informative. Thank you.
Appreciate your time, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. welcome Ms Ellis and Mr Miller. Could I have from each of you, perhaps starting with you, Ms Ellis, your full name, job description, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Catherine Ellis, Acting New South Wales Small Business Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Miller?
Michael Miller, Director, Mediation Services, New South Wales Small Business Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
No opening statement? Okay. No problem. Questions? You want to get started?
I can start,
Nicole?
certainly. I'd like to look at it from a regional perspective, if I might, and any information, evidence on the impact on regional small businesses of the proliferation of illegal tobacco versus the metropolitan areas, because the regional businesses do seem to be being overlooked in all of this, and we are seeing a displacement. We are hearing of displacement from metropolitan areas to the regions growing. So do we actually have a breakdown on how they are being impacted specifically?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee. In terms of that question, I think we can comment on small business impacts. So we've followed the issue of small business concerns about illicit tobacco retailing for some time, and really we saw concerns start to peak in 2023, and we've continued to hear concerns from small businesses since that time. Generally speaking, we have seen a disproportionate impact on regional communities. For example, the Commission undertook a specific survey to ask small businesses about their experiences with illicit tobacco retailing back in June and July last year. We received 772 responses, and 3 in 10 respondents, or 29%, reported awareness of illegal tobacco being sold in their local area, and 59% of those with knowledge of such activity were located outside the Sydney metropolitan area.
So could you expand on that a little further? So what is coming from that in terms of what are the next steps? How are you taking that information? Is it being provided in any way for it to specifically be addressing what is clearly being identified?
Yes. So, and I might just explain that a little bit further. So,
That'd be great.
Whilst there's 3 in 10 respondents telling us that they've got that awareness of illegal tobacco being sold in their local area, only a small percentage of respondents, so 4%, indicated direct or indirect impacts on their business, such as loss of revenue, concerns about safety, and other concerns, but mainly around viability for their businesses. The Commission outlined some of this in our submission to this inquiry, and subsequently we have participated in discussions around the reforms that the government has introduced, some of which passed last year, and there's another landlord-related bill before the Legislative Council. We can talk about the inquiries that we have received from small businesses, if that would assist you.
Yeah, so when it comes to that, when you talk about that quite low figure of about 4%, do you believe that there's a level of under-reporting in that, or perhaps business people that aren't aware of the avenues in which they would present this sort of information or concern?
Well, there's always, I suppose, a level of concern that we may not hear from small businesses. I guess we can talk to the committee today about what we have heard. I guess the information that we've got, though, on the much broader percentage of businesses that are aware of this activity in their community versus the very small number that say that they're directly or directly impacted, we would take some intelligence from that. I guess, though, too, we do monitor inquiries coming before the Commission on these issues and monitor what businesses are saying to us. So, for example, between 11th of February 2024 and the enforcement of the tobacco closure orders legislation on the 3rd of November 2025, we received approximately 74 inquiries directly relating to illicit tobacco via our customer support channels. And just to give you a sense of that, we would take around something in the order of 12,000 inquiries a year from small businesses on all manner of different things. The nature of those inquiries pre the reforms being introduced related to illicit tobacco activity and enforcement concerns, problems obtaining insurance, leasing disputes, financial hardship, and requests for lease surrenders, and regulatory compliance uncertainty. If we compare that to the period following the commencement of the reforms last year, so from the 3rd of November 2025 to the 1st of February this year, we've received around 16 inquiries directly related to illicit tobacco, so that's around 5 a month compared to before around 3 a month. We have seen the nature of those concerns change a little bit, notwithstanding that they've marginally increased in number. So whereas before they were quite concentrated in terms of impacts on viability and businesses at that individual level, they've been more related to flow-on impacts to neighbouring retailers, calls for more government support for compliant tobacconists, concerns from, as I said, lawful tobacconists about unfair competition and community-driven enforcement suggestions. So that really relates to a request from small businesses for increasing opportunities for citizens to make reports of illicit tobacco retailers. We've also seen a number of closure orders. The Commission isn't the authority on that, but we're aware that there've been closure orders issued.
Do you have an idea of where?
I think we've had a look at that information, and there's been a number of closure orders really around New South Wales, up the east coast, but also I think we've seen some closure orders issued in Dubbo and other regional locations.
Right, you might, again, it's like I understand that it's probably not your wheelhouse in all of that, but if there was any further detail from the perspective of your office, if we could provide that on notice if it does come to hand. So just coming back to the implementation of the regulations, the new licensing requirements, do you believe more broadly from the small business perspective that they're being, and the penalties as well, are being well understood by retailers, and particularly in those regional areas as well?
The Commission hasn't done a follow-up survey of the nature that I talked about a minute ago, that we did in June and July last year. I guess the information that we've got to draw on at the moment is the inquiries that are coming through the Commission, which I just outlined.
But they're it's not a large number really, so does it sort of suggest that there's a gap there that what perhaps small businesses feel, the owners and operators feel that they already do have a good idea of it, or they're just not responding or finding more information? I'm concerned about that there's a gap that they may wind up falling through and then not complying, but not even being aware that they're not complying.
I think what we can say to that is that the inquiries that we're receiving through the Commission, and we support that with, the conversations that we have with small businesses every day of the week about all sorts of things, aren't indicating to us that there's a lack of awareness of the reforms that have come in.
Okay. Well, I'm happy if someone else
sorry,
wants.
you
Looks
finished?
like otherwise, yeah.
Any more questions?
I do have.
Just one question from me, Ms Ellis. I appreciate that your role's a state government role. We've had a lot of evidence about sort of excise issues and the impact of the price differential between legal and illegal tobacco. Is that territory that you'd like to wade into?
What we can say, as you rightly point out, we're not the expert on the excise discussion. However, we can say to the committee that we've seen an escalation in concerns since 2023. How that correlates with the movements in excise, we're not the best people to advise on that, but certainly there was a spike there, and for those businesses who feel that they're impacted or tell us that they're impacted, it can be quite profound. The nature of the concerns raised by small businesses continue to be around competition impacts and loss of revenue for legitimate retailers, and that relates not only to loss of sales of tobacco, but also in circumstances where retailers are selling tobacco and also other products in their store, whether it's sports merchandise or could be other things, that there's a flow-on impact then, because customers are coming into their stores to buy tobacco less frequently, and they're also spending less money overall.
Yeah. And in terms of the threats and intimidation, which 22% of respondents reported, are you able to give us any more detail on what circumstances that might encompass?
Really, it's concerns for personal safety associated with concerns around the potential for there to be intimidation, and a lot of our businesses in New South Wales reflect on the experience down in Victoria, where there's been a lot of fire bombings and things of that nature. I think there's a level of fear there around what might occur in their own communities, particularly so in regional New South Wales.
Yeah.
But and also, I guess, as an extension of that, where small businesses are having members of their family work in their retail outlets, then there's a concern for the safety of those family members, and concern about whether they should be working in that environment.
And is that in the main black market tobacco operators threatening legitimate businesses because they're selling legal tobacco?
It is, and it's also, I think, just a general fear around retailers who may not be selling tobacco legitimately, but may be located within proximity to a premises where illicit tobacco is being sold. Then what happens if there's a dangerous incident in that area? Say they might be a shop down or two shops down from a place where illicit tobacco is being sold. There's a concern then around their safety, even though they may have nothing to do with the tobacco market.
In terms of the shutdown orders that are now starting to be used, are you getting any early reports of illegal tobacco sellers using other methods to sell, i.e. other than the shop front? So selling out of the boots of cars, near to legitimate businesses, or any things of that nature?
Prior to the reforms being introduced, we would receive reports, and I must stress, that there were small numbers, but quite distressing for the individuals who were making those reports, that the selling activity would move. So there'd be some enforcement activity in a particular location, and then that activity would move to, you know, another place pretty quickly, that location would become known to the community. We haven't heard reports like that, I would say, in the same sort of numbers or with the same level of distress since the introduction of the reforms.
Yeah. And in terms of landlords tolerating illegal activity in exchange for above market rents, do you have any information on how widespread that might be?
I might ask Mr. Miller to comment on that.
We don't have data that is going to illuminate that. So we do see various reports coming from various sources, and we monitor media, and we'll take any information coming in through MPs or some of the businesses that might be coming through at our inquiry stage, or even into the mediation program itself. But we really don't have anything solid to illuminate that one.
Yeah, okay. That's my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you got any more to go?
Yep, certainly do. I note that in your submission as well, raising enforcement problems. So when it comes specifically to businesses being closed and then reopening, even within days of enforcement action has been identified, have recommendations been put forward in terms of how that might be addressed? Does there need to be a strengthening of the legislation that's currently in place in order to deal with this? How is it happening, I guess, as well?
I think our submission reported back on the experience that we were hearing and seeing from small businesses, and to that end we were advocating for a stronger regime in terms of the illicit tobacco market, which there was reforms late last year, and then others in respect of landlords still before the Legislative Council. So does that answer your question?
To a degree, and because it also references penalties appearing to be insufficient. So there is, from a small business perspective, and not necessarily from a direct recommendation, but from a small business perspective, there is a need for strengthening of what's occurring when it comes to illegal operations being closed and then just popping up in some other format, not really addressing the problem, and that the penalties that then arise from it are not dealing with it either. And all of these things are continuing to impact legitimate businesses, because it's sort of like the mushroom thing, isn't it? Or the whack-a-mole that I think that the chair referenced earlier, that you're pushing it down here but it's coming up here. So from that small business perspective, they don't feel that it's being adequately addressed as it stands right now.
Since the reforms were introduced late last year, and noting that there's still reforms before the Parliament, we haven't heard the same level of distress from small businesses about that. So we haven't heard the reports that said, look, there was a shop here, there was some enforcement action, it closed down, and then we saw it pop up over there, or we saw instead someone letting people know on social media that actually they were going to sell illicit tobacco from the hotel car park, or whatever it might be. We haven't seen those same escalated concerns from tobacco retailers since the introduction of the reforms late last year. However, we do in the Commission acknowledge that it's relatively early days in terms of seeing how those reforms play out, noting that there have been a number of closure orders issued, and we would say, generally speaking, that small business has taken notice of those closure orders being issued.
What about, we had it raised earlier, online operations and the fact that even when they're closed down that they can then just move into the online space. Are you receiving any inquiries or concerns from small business operators about how that is all unfolding as well?
No, there's been nothing in our inquiries that have marked out particular concerns in relation to online retailing as opposed to shopfront related activity.
Okay. And coming down to the insurances and the increasing premiums, and I'm presuming that that's being identified by legitimate businesses in terms of legitimate tobacco-based businesses that are seeing increased premiums, significantly increased. Could there eventually be a knock-on effect for other businesses as well? We've been advised just today that there may be as many as 20,000 different shops, outlets, ways in which illegal tobacco could be obtained. From an insurance perspective, I wouldn't think it would be too far outside the realms of possibility that they would say, well, because we can't judge or adequately determine what constitutes a legal tobacco business, premiums will need to increase across the board because of the uncertainty around what's going on in the industry. Would that be a reflection, at least, that would not be, as I said, outside the bounds of possibility?
I think what we've heard from small businesses in New South Wales is that there's two things that they're feeling and experiencing, and again I stress it's in a concentrated small number of cases, but for those businesses impacted it's quite severe. Number one, if you're in the tobacco retailing industry, then it's harder to obtain insurance in some circumstances, and that could be because there's restrictions placed on the policy. It could be because it's more expensive, or in some cases unobtainable or unaffordable. The second thing is actually businesses that are not involved in that industry but are operating proximal to a legitimate retailer, or more so prior to the reforms, an illegitimate retailer. So just they might be a florist operating in the same strip of shops, or a newsagent or a cafe or anything in the same strip of shops as illicit tobacco retailer, and then find that because there's concerns about criminal activity in that general area, that then has an impact on their ability to obtain insurance.
So there is potentially that that flow-on effect. They're certainly concerned about the broader effect of it when it comes to the insurance platform.
Yes, for a small number of businesses, and I should stress that we, again, haven't surveyed or done specific consultations with small businesses since the reforms were introduced late last year, so we haven't yet formed a view on how that might have changed since November.
When do you think that you will do the next round of discussions, surveys, etc., on what the impact might be, how the effectiveness, I'm presuming as well, that you would look at? When would you plan on doing that next?
So I think generally speaking, we in the Commission would expect to give something 6 to 12 months before we deliberately consult with small businesses on
and sorry to just interrupt, so would that preclude if you suddenly saw a spike, if a whole bunch of businesses suddenly saying we've got real concerns around this, you would then potentially bring that forward?
Yes, so we are always monitoring through the inquiries that we've received directly from small businesses, but also stakeholder representations and other things. We monitor every day for key issues for small businesses, and when it becomes apparent that there's a growing trend or a systemic issue or something that's really spiking, as you say, for small businesses, then that we will, make more direct efforts to understand more about the problem and make representations to ensure that the voice and the experience of those small businesses is being heard.
Okay. And one of the other areas that has been identified, and certainly to me, even from an anecdotal basis, is the significant mental health strain on small and family businesses. Are you seeing increases in that? What are the supports in that regard, and do they also need to be looked at in terms of whether it's enough with everything that's going on?
We would put certainly the inquiries that we've had and the discussions that we've had with small businesses support that understanding that there is for some limited number, a very distressing experience, and that goes to mental health. And then for the broader business community and community generally, there's obviously that level of concern. In terms of small business supports, I'm not aware of anything that exists specifically for this issue. However, there are programs that offer mental health support to small businesses. One that I might mention to the committee is Beyond Blue. It's called the NASBO program. It's a specific, I think it's a Commonwealth funded program for small businesses, specifically working with them on any type of concern that they're dealing with, whether it's safety in a retail environment through to a whole range of other things. That program, we're aware that is appreciated, and we receive positive feedback from small businesses who've utilised that program, and all indications to us are that it's a valued and appreciated program, and it's certainly something that small businesses who are distressed about the impact of illicit tobacco could access. My understanding is that there's no referral needed. They only need to contact the provider to access that service. I think it provides 6 free of charge sessions in the first instance.
Okay, and of course other small business support programs that have been axed, but we won't go there. But you talk about smaller numbers of small business people in distress currently, but with what we're seeing and the incredible and rapid rise of issues and the growth of the illicit tobacco market, and essentially since 2019, and I think again we heard earlier this morning that just within the last year alone. So it's again not outside the realms of possibility and possible to foresee that there are going to be increasing issues in this regard for legitimate businesses, and then being able to deal with it if the trajectory continues as we're seeing now.
I guess I would bring the committee back to what I said before about the trend in inquiries that we've had, which is a small number of increased inquiries, but they have changed a bit in their complexion since the introduction of the reforms, and there's obviously others before the Parliament. I don't think the Commission is yet at a point where it would form a view about broader impacts or effectiveness of those changes.
So, because you're not looking at that, then at this point in time, there's no preparedness for or preparatory work for what might eventuate. You're just sort of dealing with whatever is being presented at the minute, which the suggestion is that it's not that great, not that significant.
So what we've seen in the Commission is that for the small number of businesses that are saying it's affected them significantly, it is a profound impact, although the number of reports we've had of that nature since the introduction of the changes last year, as I've said, have decreased. I think we do have the mechanisms in place in the Commission to detect when we have a rising level of distress reports or concerns from small businesses and their representative bodies about illicit tobacco retailing or the effectiveness of enforcement regimes or anything else that may be affecting their viability in operations, and we'll continue to monitor that as we go through. That's a priority for us all the time to monitor key concerns for small businesses, and we'll continue to do that in respect of illicit tobacco and the reforms that have been introduced and are currently before the Parliament.
Okay, Chair, I don't think I'm getting any
Okay.
further than that.
Questions?
No, nothing further from
No
me.
more questions.
Thanks, Chair.
They're questioned out. Thank you very much for coming. We'll
Really.
call it a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was that alright or not? Broadcast is on. Do you want me to go or not? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, we might get started. Welcome.
Thanks.
Dr. Martin and Dr. Yegasothi. Thank you. Starting with you, Dr. Martin, could you please give us your full name, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure, yeah, my name is Dr. James Martin. I'm an Associate Professor in Criminology from Deakin University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr. Yegasothi?
I'm Dr. Edward Jegasavi. I'm a senior
Maybe
lecturer.
you could pull the mic in a little bit closer. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I'm
it.
Dr. Edward
That's
Jegasavi.
it.
I'm a senior lecturer at the School of Public Health at the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either or both of you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please,
A
Chair.
short one? Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, and my thanks to the committee for the opportunity to present evidence to you today. I'm a criminologist and specialist in illicit markets and their policing, and I wish to declare that I've never accepted any funding from the tobacco or nicotine industries. Australia is in the grip of a self-inflicted tobacco and nicotine crisis that increasingly resembles the United States' failed experiment with alcohol prohibition a century ago. Nicotine is used regularly by millions of Australians and is the third most popular recreational drug in the country after caffeine and alcohol. Demand is strong and persistent, and nationally has increased marginally over the past decade. Yet over that time, the legal supply of nicotine has been subject to increasingly restrictive forms of de facto or formal prohibition. For tobacco, major tax increases have resulted in the world's most expensive cigarettes. An Australian with a pack a day legal habit now faces a yearly bill in excess of $15,000. At the same time, the Commonwealth has prohibited the sale of vapes, a substantially less harmful tobacco substitute, and the most popular and effective means to quit smoking. These restrictions have pushed a majority of nicotine consumers into the willing hands of organised crime groups who have profited from the creation of one of the largest black markets in our nation's history. Illicit nicotine is now worth an estimated $7 billion and growing, meaning that this once largely legal market now constitutes roughly 40% of Australia's entire illicit drug economy, worth more than cannabis, cocaine, ecstasy and heroin combined. Competition for control of the market has fueled an ever-expanding nationwide crime wave, with over 270 fire bombings, the latest of which was at 2:40 a.m. this morning, as well as multiple homicides, a growing number of robberies, thefts and instances of extortion targeting the legal retail sector, and at least one terror attack now linked to an infamous tobacco crime boss. Corruption of the private sector has helped facilitate this trade and, in my assessment, presents a very real and under-acknowledged risk to public agencies tasked with regulation and enforcement. Like alcohol prohibition, it is very unlikely that the government's efforts to crush the black market through increased enforcement alone will succeed. Criminological research shows that large-scale black markets are highly adaptable and resistant to law enforcement. To give our enforcement and regulatory agencies the best chance of success, we need a major policy reset, one geared around shrinking the black market by diverting as many consumers as possible back to the legal market. This can be done by lowering tobacco excise and creating an accessible, regulated market for less harmful nicotine products, such as vapes and nicotine pouches. This approach has been highly effective in other countries, which have in recent years seen bigger and faster declines in smoking and smoking-related diseases and deaths than in Australia. We have a chance to turn this crisis around. But first, we need to acknowledge the mistakes that have led us here. To forgo our obsession with moralistic, world-first policy posturing in favour of pragmatic, evidence-based reform grounded in harm reduction. To recognise that a legal, regulated nicotine industry is preferable to one run by organised crime groups who sell the same products but use the profits they make to kill or intimidate anyone who gets in their way. The results of our own failing experiment with nicotine prohibition are now in. It's time to heed the cautionary lessons it so clearly offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Would you mind if I...
Oh, sorry,
Chair?
I thought you were...
Many thanks, Chair.
You're supposed to jump straight in.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I have also not received any funding from tobacco or nicotine industries, never have and never will. I want to address what this crisis represents from a public health perspective, and that is a major policy failure. So let me outline the policy rationale. High tobacco taxes were justified because price signals reduce smoking, particularly amongst disadvantaged populations who are supposedly more price sensitive. Pharmacy-only vaping restrictions were justified on two grounds: to prevent youth access and to provide a controlled pathway for adult smokers to access these substantially less harmful products for smoking cessation. These are legitimate public health objectives. However, these policies have now achieved precisely the opposite of what they were designed to accomplish. High tobacco taxes were meant to make cigarettes more expensive. Instead, they have made tobacco cheaper than they have been in the last 20 years. Vaping restrictions were meant to keep vapes away from children and provide adult smokers with a harm reduction pathway. Instead, 95% of vapes are now sold through illicit channels, which means no age verification, no consumer protections, and a highly restricted pathway for adults to access them legally as an alternative to smoking. The policy has failed at both protecting children and enabling harm reduction for adults. It has been confirmed now that at least half of all tobacco sold in Australia is illicit. We have lost regulatory control, no health warnings, no plain packaging. From a health promotion perspective, this is catastrophic. But critically, even before the black market emerged, these policies were failing the public health ethics test. On effectiveness, despite claims that tobacco tax is the single most effective policy to reduce smoking, there is very little evidence from Australia, the world leader in implementing this policy, that this is actually the case. As we can see from New South Wales health data, smoking declined no faster after the taxes were increased than before. On equity, the same data shows that the smoking gap between the most and least disadvantaged areas widened over the period of tax increases. The people who are most disadvantaged are now 4 times as likely to smoke than those who are the least disadvantaged. The populations who were supposed to benefit the most fell further behind and paid the price. The policy achieved the opposite of its stated objective. On substitutes, the only legal form of recreational nicotine now is the most harmful one. Now that the black market has emerged, it is time to reflect. If this were a medical treatment producing such severe side effects, we would pause and re-examine. Even if enforcement were perfectly successful in eliminating the black market, we would return to policy settings which were already not fit for purpose. Finally, evidence-based policy must be driven by outcomes, not by opposition to industry preferences. If we decide policy based on what the industry does or doesn't like, we will allow industry interest to dictate policy. Instead, our focus should be on the public interest. We only need to ask, do policies reduce harm and help those most affected? If the answer is yes, the fact that the industry might coincidentally benefit is irrelevant. To that end, all policy options must be on the table to address this issue ethically and effectively.
Thank you. Now questions.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to you both for coming along. It's really helpful evidence. And thanks for some of your other work that I've earlier had access to. I wanted to start first with you, Dr. Martin. Are you able to assist us with some information about black markets in other places that might be particularly resistant to enforcement, which might help us by way of analogy?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we don't even really need to go that far to answer that question, because Australia's experience with other illicit markets, particularly illicit drug markets, are very instructive in this regard. Just for a bit of context, between 2008 and 2009 and 2020-21 financial years, we tripled our drug law enforcement budget nationally. So that's everything from border scanning to state policing, all the way through the pipeline. This is a supply reduction measure that's intended to reduce the accessibility of illicit drugs, not eliminate it entirely, but to make sure that there's fewer drugs hitting the streets, and the drugs that do hit the streets are supposed to be more expensive and less pure. Now, the police have done their best with the extra billions of dollars in funding that have been afforded to them. Each year we see record levels of arrests and record levels of drug seizures. The problem is the impact on the market has been negligible. What we've seen is no change in the availability of any of the major illicit drug types over that time. We have seen purity increase, and we've seen substantial declines in terms of price once you adjust for inflation. So, for example, methamphetamine is just as accessible as it was 15 years ago, but at half the price once adjusted for inflation. So I think what this really does is demonstrate the limits here in Australia, a country with relatively low levels of corruption, strong enforcement, a relatively strong border, the limits of what enforcement can achieve. Further doubling down on enforcement past a minimal level produces sharply diminishing returns.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Just going back in time a bit we've had access to some statistical and graph information that suggests that that the excise continued to increase, but smoking rates weren't dropping. And then I think it's sort of about 5 years ago that the black market really seems to have started to escalate. And I'm wondering, it's a question for you both, are you able to talk through what changed at the point where it started to escalate? Maybe starting with you, Dr. Martin, then
Sure.
Dr. Jegasothy.
Yeah, so it was around about, I guess, just in the COVID era, 2019, 2020, where we start to see very significant increases in the levels of illicit tobacco that are being seized at the border, which is a good sort of general level of indicator of criminal activity. Of course, it is also an indicator of increased enforcement, but I think we're seeing both things happening simultaneously. I think it's a confluence of factors. So we have increasing price of legal tobacco. Around about 2020, we started to see increasing restrictions on the availability of vapes as well. So the crackdown on the loophole that allowed vapes to be sold without nicotine, despite many of them, nearly all of them, in fact, containing nicotine. And so all of those things pushed or created demand, or shifted demand rather, towards illicit suppliers. And we start to see this sort of tipping point emerge. So suppressing illicit markets is possible, but is really only feasible when they're very small. So you can sort of snuff them out in their infancy and control them and keep them in a suppressed state. But once they cross this critical threshold and become large volume illicit markets, they are essentially uncontrollable through enforcement action.
Can we just cut in there, please,
Sure.
if you don't mind, Stephen, to say what is that threshold, because that's one of the questions that I wanted to get to, and how close are we to that threshold that you've just raised there?
Yeah, well, putting a precise line on it is very difficult to do. We couldn't do it in this instance, but we'd be talking tens of thousands of users versus millions. So we are well past that threshold when it comes to nicotine now. As I said in my opening statements, it's the third most popular recreational drug in the country, millions and millions of users. So the reason it's more effective when it comes to smaller illicit markets is because the networks themselves are quite fragile. So if you have a law enforcement operation, preferably a large-scale one, you arrest some key players. Those key players might be, a critical node that, or a broker that connects critical suppliers, or wholesalers with mid-level dealers, with retailers, and you can take those key people out, and then the network can collapse. So your efforts for that supply reduction can be effective. But once you reach this critical mass, which again is sort of not easy to define, but you'd be talking about across from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, millions of consumers, then those networks become very dense. And essentially it doesn't matter how many nodes you take out of that network. The network can still function. You can still find a viable pathway from the point of importation through to the point of consumption.
Yeah. Dr. Jegasothy?
So the question was about...
what happened sort of 5-6 years ago that started the spike?
It's difficult to say, from my perspective, definitively what it was that precipitated that change at that moment in time. Of course, at that time, legal cigarettes were at $40 or more for a pack at that time already, so the tax was quite high. So that demand pressure for cheaper substitutes was there. But of course, other factors had to come into play for the market to grow from that point, and it has to start from somewhere and has to start sometime. So it's difficult to say exactly why that moment. Of course, there was COVID and shop closures and lots of other things going on at the same time. It's difficult for me to say.
I think just one thing to add to that as well, the cost of living crisis and the financial pressures that households are under, I think is another contributing factor that kicked in around the same time. So you had the price of tobacco going up at the same time that people's disposable incomes were shrinking, which adds further pressure on households and therefore incentivises cheaper illicit supply as well.
That's actually a good point. Sorry, just to jump in again. One of the things that is interesting about the tobacco tax was that it's anchored to, or indexed to wages, because wages usually outpaces CPI, Consumer Price Index. But during COVID, during that period, it was the other way around, where CPI was actually outstripping wages, and the tobacco tax actually declined in real terms, which again speaks to that cost of living crisis as well.
And in terms, Dr. Jagasothi, of something you said in your opening statement, with what has the excise been achieving prior to the explosion in the black market, are you able to talk to us about what your research and expertise might tell us about what was the excise doing prior to the explosion in the black market in terms of suppressing smoking? At what point, for example, might it have stopped lowering smoking rates? And can you talk a bit in that context about the impact of such high pricing of cigarettes on disadvantaged communities?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Look, I've got this the graphs in front of you. If you could look at perhaps figure 1, but figure 2 perhaps firstly. So we can see that I've shaded the middle section from 2010 to 2020 as that period where tax increased. So cigarette prices increased from about $10, $12 a packet in 2010 to...
So figure 2, sorry, just explain, is that this one here?
That's the bottom one on the first page.
Yeah, bottom on the first page,
yeah. So you can see before 2010, the price was stable. It was just indexed to inflation, so the price of cigarettes stayed the same over that whole decade. And we can see that there was a parallel decline, and each of these lines represents a different quintile of socioeconomic status in this state, in New South Wales, and looking at the smoking rates. And you can see that it's all declining fairly parallel and fairly quickly. The period from 2010 to
So the orange one at the bottom, that's the most
that's
advantaged
the
people.
So that's right. That's the least disadvantaged, or most, well, not quite yet. So least disadvantaged populations, areas, compared with the purple line at the top, which is the most disadvantaged. And we can see that there's a big gap that's maintained by it moving down in parallel. But in 2010, when the tax started increasing, what we would expect is an acceleration in that decline. If there is a really strong price sensitivity which relates to prevalence for smoking, there may have been a decline in consumption of cigarettes and people smoking fewer cigarettes. But what we're interested in public health is how many people actually smoke and how many people smoke every day, because that's what causes the harm. And what we can see is that there isn't a huge decline in smoking during that period, and it doesn't seem to have declined any more rapidly than previously, and particularly among the most disadvantaged groups. So to answer your question, what happens is that people simply pay the price for those cigarettes. Their cost of cigarettes can continue to go up. They pay the price. Maybe they smoke a few cigarettes per day or per week, but in the end, they're paying a much larger sum of money. And we saw that when we observed that the tax revenue went up from $10 billion to $16 billion in 2019. So that extra $6 billion was being paid for by those people who continued to smoke, for whom the policy was not helpful.
So we took evidence this morning from, I'm not sure of her exact title, but a federal commissioner for e-cigarettes and tobacco, and she said that the federal excise policy or law is a public health policy, not a revenue-raising policy. What would you say about that proposition?
Look, I would say that that was the intent of the policy. It was intended to reduce smoking rates, and a good thing to do is reduce smoking rates. It's a really harmful product that causes a great deal of suffering and illness in this country and globally. But once the tax is implemented, there is an issue of path dependence when a government is taxing this product at increasing proportions. And prior to 2010, it was not a health policy. Australia has been taxing tobacco since before Federation. It was one of the first taxes ever implemented because it was a really effective consumption tax, like the GST. You could tax a crate of tobacco as it came off a ship, or as it was leaving a manufacture, being warehoused, and that would be an effective way of taxing the population because basically everyone smoked. In 2010, it was implemented as a public health policy. but it still remained in the control of Treasury. It still remained a strong revenue instrument, being the fourth largest tax revenue source in the Commonwealth.
Yeah. So what would you say to the suggestion that the federal excise policy for some period of time has operated to extract money from the poorest communities in Australia to no public health benefit?
So the question of public health benefit, we have to think about proportionality, reciprocity, who benefits, who pays the cost.
Yeah.
And when you look at the figures in front of you on figure 2 and figure 1, on first page, you can see who benefits and who hasn't benefited. Those who continue to pay the price for cigarettes, they're the ones who pay the cost. Those who quit smoking, those who are less likely to smoke, they're the ones who pay that receive the benefits. So when we think about it in those terms, this is a highly regressive policy in both economic terms and fiscal terms, where it's a transfer of wealth and income from the poorest of society to the richest. And in health terms, it is highly regressive. It is extracting health from the poorest of our society and giving that to the richest.
Yeah. So do you have a sense of, and I'm not sure who this question is best for, perhaps both of you, what would we need to do, or what would we need to see with respect to changes in the excise level to have a discernible impact in combination with all the other measures, enforcement measures and stuff? Like, are you able to put a number on it, or?
Look, from my perspective, no. That's something that should be, that you don't want to do a back of the envelope calculation for. But I think there are some broad parameters we could put around it. I think you would need to go back to 2019 levels at an absolute minimum, because that's the level at which we started to see the black market explode. But also, it's not as simple as just going back to 2019 and then the problem goes away. Once illicit distribution networks become established, you can't just get rid of the settings that got rid of them in the first place. They will stay entrenched. So you will likely need to reduce tax settings, perhaps even further than that, in addition to doing increased enforcement, in addition to creating a legal regulated market for less harmful nicotine products.
Yeah, I was gonna finish on that. What is the fundamental problem with e-cigarettes? Like, are they a real public health threat such that they should never be widely available, or are they only such a threat if they're on the black market and manufactured in an illicit way? Like, is there a real public health rationale to heavily restrict their availability, or should we be looking at a New Zealand type model where, as I understand it, they're more widely available and regulated?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ed will probably have things to say, but if I can just have a quick first go at it. So both New Zealand, the UK, there's a bunch of jurisdictions who handle this very differently from Australia. They base their much more liberal policies when it comes to vapes and other alternative nicotine products on the Cochrane reviews, which are run by Oxford University and the Cochrane collaboration. They do these living systemic reviews, going out assessing all the studies that are coming out. The Cochrane reviews are unequivocal that there is no serious risk of significant harm in the short to medium term using vapes. Long-term studies are still yet to be done because vapes have only been around for a couple of decades, but research suggests that looking at biomarkers of harm that accumulate in the body over time, that people who vape have similar biomarkers of harm closer to people who have never smoked than to people who smoke. And what we've seen in those jurisdictions, I mean, New Zealand is the most readily comparable. They have the next highest levels of tobacco tax than we have here in Australia. When they introduced their legal regulated market for vapes back in 2020, they had a higher daily smoking prevalence than we had here in Australia. Now it is significantly lower. And the biggest gains, the biggest falls in smoking have occurred amongst priority populations. So First Nations, New Zealanders, people in those lowest socioeconomic quintiles have quit smoking through vaping in the largest numbers.
And have they seen improvements in public health outcomes?
Yeah, well, so I think the real world leader in this space, and one that we've got, because there is a lag time between the use of these alternative nicotine products that can be quite lengthy, is Sweden. So Sweden has a long tradition of snus. The latest iteration of snus are nicotine pouches. These are sort of like a tea bag, a mini tea bag with tobacco in it that you put up in your upper lip there. And what they found is... so their nicotine usage rates in Sweden are about on par with the EU average. So as many people, use nicotine on a regular recreational basis in Sweden as in, Germany, for example, or, the EU average. But Sweden has the lowest rate of tobacco-related morbidity and mortality in Europe. So it is not nicotine usage per se that is associated with significant harms. It is the vector by which that nicotine enters the body. And we know that tobacco smoking, the combustion, ironically, the only legal form of recreational form of tobacco or nicotine consumption here in Australia, is also by far the most harmful.
Is there anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, so that's right. So one of the challenges here when making decisions at a population level is that we have to make these comparative risk assessments. So you might say that vaping is not without risk, and especially when we, as Dr. Martin rightly mentioned, that we don't have longer term studies to show what the long term effects are. But we don't make decisions independently of what is already happening, of reality. So a lot of what TGA's justifications have been, and while Cochrane and Royal Society in the UK have made recommendations around the risk of vapes, have been in comparison with smoking. The recommendations and evidence put forward by the National Health and Medical Research Council of Australia through Australian National University is based on a alternative of nothing. So compared with nothing, there is some risk. But smoking does exist, and we can see who smokes, and that's the comparison. So for those who have never smoked and would never smoke, vaping is an increasing risk. Is that an acceptable level of risk based on the loss of benefit for those people who currently smoke? That's a question for policy. Yeah. And I don't think, from my reading of the decisions made at the Commonwealth level, that calculation has been actually done. Yeah. And nor has it been done equitably or justly.
Can I just add one further quick point there? So that messaging that Dr. Jekosothi mentioned there that's very clear in the public health campaigns that are done in both the UK and New Zealand. The message is, if you don't smoke, you shouldn't vape. If you do smoke, you should switch to vaping to improve your health. And we've actually seen in both countries now actually have taxpayer-funded quit-to-switch schemes where they give free vapes to smokers to try and incentivise them to quit. Whereas here in Australia, we make vapes harder to get than cigarettes that you can buy in any Coles or convenience store in the country. So from a harm reduction perspective, what we do is it's a topsy-turvy world.
Yeah. And sorry, there's one more thing you said about the harms from vapes. Yes, so a lot of the analysis done, which underpinned the decision making by TGA and the Commonwealth, was based on risks that were from the illicit vaping products. So the risks that informed the restrictions were the illicit products, which have been facilitated by the restrictions. Yeah, exactly. So the restrictions drive the illicit market, which then creates harms, which drive restrictions. Yeah. So we're in this feedback cycle of more restrictions, more illicit market, which could be broken by having a more available, open, commercial and regulated market, a highly regulated market that is not through the therapeutic goods.
Yeah, and just to underline that point, so there have been studies done on the vapes that are sold here in Australia through the illicit market. They have typically, most of them do have what they say on the tin. There is a small proportion that have very dangerous adulterants in them. But we do know that the levels of nicotine, that's the dependence forming, the addictive part of vaping or smoking, 5 to 10 times higher in illicit products as opposed to those most commonly sold in jurisdictions such as New Zealand that have regulated vape markets.
Thank you, and that's really fascinating stuff to hear, particularly around the Swedish example there. And what you're suggesting, though, is that given the international examples, we, in terms of Australia, aren't giving it enough credibility or potentially following international examples that are working.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And you know, I don't know whether you're in a position to answer that, but that we aren't even looking at following these examples or a need to review our situation in comparison to.
Yeah. No, I think sadly the Australian policy position has been informed by a lot of, well, I think we're in a state of moral panic at the moment. There's been a real absence of looking objectively at evidence that has gone through these very rigorous systemic, reviews like those done by Cochrane. And I think sadly it's a lot easier to inflame a moral panic than it is to provide a nuanced, evidence-based approach. And I think part of this has got to do with the stigmatisation that we're seeing of people who smoke and of people who vape. The voices of consumers have really been silenced in this space. I think there's been a really sort of stigmatising element injected into public, political and media debate that has characterised people who use those products in very stigmatising terms.
We certainly, even from the point of view of this inquiry, have quite disparate views in terms of those who are only looking at it from a public health position and those who are looking at it from, getting rid of illegal tobacco. But essentially, we're all on the same page. We want to, if we're never going to entirely eliminate the black market, to reduce it as much as possible and to improve public health outcomes. But what we're seeing now in the policy setting now, the policy settings now, are simply not achieving that. And so we do need a review and to find better ways in which we can deliver both of those things.
Yeah, I would agree. And the one thing that I perhaps wouldn't agree with is I think the overarching goal should be to reduce tobacco and nicotine related harms. We want to see fewer harms in society.
Yes.
But I think there's been a shift in Australian tobacco control from reducing smoking, by far the most harmful form of nicotine consumption, to one that seeks to eliminate recreational nicotine consumption. And those are two quite different things. And I think what we're seeing now is this almost obsessive fixation on eliminating recreational nicotine, and that has facilitated us taking our eyes off the biggest, cause of preventable death in the country, which is tobacco smoking.
Mm. And you suggest in your submission that illegal tobacco accounts for about 40% of total consumption, but that's an estimate. So the suggestion is that it's probably higher, and if we keep going the way we're going, it's only going to increase further.
Yeah, so the submission was put in before the ITAC report had come out. It's more, so that's correct. So it is higher than that.
It's about 60% now. Is that the figure?
So the ITAC report sort of had a higher range of 60%, and that's And if the trend is continuing, that would be higher at this point in time.
Well, and to come back to, and the Honourable Mr Lawrence took my question about the Tobacco Commissioner this morning and suggesting public health rather than revenue, but the Commissioner also essentially stated that she has not been presented with any evidence to suggest that a tax, the excise decrease, will address the issues that we're seeing, but your research does suggest otherwise.
So just to say, so the point that I'm trying to make is that it's not just that it could work, it should work, it's that we need a justification for keeping the tax. It's a policy that's in place. We need to say, is it still fit for purpose as a public health policy when it is driving the black market, when it is, if not driving the black market, causing inequitable distribution of harms in terms of fiscal and economic impacts. So from that perspective, we need to rethink that policy, and it should be on the table. The idea that it's a fixed policy and everything else, so if we don't do anything with tax, we're not doing an action. So the Commissioner mentioned something about sort of trade-offs of action on enforcement versus inaction on tax, as though inaction is not an action. It is, of course, a decision to make to keep the tax.
Do you see us getting to a point where the legal market will be so small as to be insignificant, because that seems to be the track we're on.
So to that end, to cut the tax would be a multi-billion-dollar policy for the Commonwealth.
But
As it declines, if it declines naturally through the black market, that's not a decision that the Commonwealth has to make.
Yeah,
So that's
well, it's not a decision they have to consciously make, but they're certainly making it unconsciously by pretending it's not happening.
I would agree with that as well. I think the trajectories that we are on now, we run the risk of not having legal tobacco being sold in Australia in the medium term. And that would be catastrophic because, as we're seeing now, that doesn't mean that no tobacco is being smoked in Australia. It just means...
Well, it's also worse because at the same time, that's legal markets disappearing, and all we're going to do is have an increase in criminality on the other side. I mean, we'll literally have wars over it if we're not already got that in Victoria.
That's right, and I think there are real risks that are facing. Well, we know this has been presented at previous government inquiries in Victoria and at the Commonwealth level, that retailers of legal tobacco are at real risk, and they face increased robberies, extortions, assaults happening in their stores. And they're also getting extortion, where organised crime heavies will come into their shop. They will, say that you should sell our illicit tobacco, and if you don't, well, nice shop you have here, be ashamed if something happened to it. And, and on that basis, we hear about the store owners that turn them down because their shops get firebombed. We don't hear about the store owners who are coerced, and I think have justifiable fears for their safety or the safety of their families, who end up unwilling accomplices in the illicit trade. And I think it's fair to see that they're participants, but also victims by the structures we've created.
Well, they've also got an economic incentive to take it up too.
Yes.
As the legal market disappears, we heard evidence this morning from the representative of small businesses, that small shops, that their businesses' gross profits decline 50%.
Yes.
50%.
Yeah.
If they can replace that with illicit tobacco profit, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very pleased as an historian to see you reference US prohibition, and of course the suggestion that, just as it didn't then, that increased enforcement won't do it alone. The excise as such won't do it alone, but the point that you made, Dr. Martin, that eventually, if we continue on the trajectory that we are, it will actually lead to, we will cross that threshold. There will be the point of potentially no turning back, and then we will be dealing with even more costs when it comes to health impacts, greater incidence of smoking, and the money that will need to be thrown at it in order to look like something's happening. So it's only going to compound even further.
That's right. So the argument we made in a recent paper, early last year actually, was that because if we keep the circumstances which created the black market, the restriction on vapes and the high taxes, we are maintaining the forces which drive both demand for for illicit products and the supply of those products. So no matter how much enforcement you do, those forces will still be there, and we will be in a forever war, in a war on nicotine, the way we are in a war on drugs.
And an increase in people using vapes instead, because there still are people that feel guilty about smoking, but they can reach out for vapes because they're available illegally as well.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing from a harm reduction perspective.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
going by your own graph.
One thing that can I just add on the costs that I think is underexplored here is the risk of corruption. So the head of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission has stated that corruption in the private sector has been facilitating the trade in illicit nicotine products. But I think there is a real risk of corruption of public sector regulatory and law enforcement agencies. And the reason I say that is large-scale black markets have an inevitably corrupting effect on law enforcement and regulatory agencies. There's experience of that both here in New South Wales and all around Australia. And I want to be careful I'm not alleging anything specific with New South Wales Police or any law enforcement agency specifically, but the challenge and the risk is there, and this is the reason that we have internal or external integrity units within law enforcement agencies to guard against that risk. I think one of the real problems here in the nicotine space is that a lot of the enforcement action is being undertaken by civilian public agencies, so health departments, for example, that lack those internal integrity units, do not have an organisational legacy of dealing with organised crime figures that are capable of extorting or threatening or corrupting those members. And I think as well, unlike, say, very harmful and dangerous illicit goods and services that there's strong social consensus against, these products are legal in certain circumstances. You can buy expensive cigarettes. You can get vapes technically from pharmacies, although basically no one does. What that does is it creates a thin edge of the wedge for corruption. It allows a moral calculation to be made by people who might be in that sort of vulnerable space or being threatened or extorted by organised crime figures to look the other way. And it's a lot easier to do so with these, the Wood Royal Commission spells it out quite clearly. With victimless crimes, ones that involve consent, so-called victimless crimes, ones that involve consenting transactions between suppliers and buyers, markets which large-scale enforcement activities don't seem to be making a meaningful difference. And then with nicotine on top, the fact that these are largely tax evasion offences and don't attract the same kind of moral condemnation as we see with trading in methamphetamine or child exploitation material, for example.
And if you want a localised example, never forget ACT prohibition on alcohol for nearly 17 years. And if you want to know how well that went, look at the profitability of Queanbeyan pubs during that period. And it was before US prohibition, but I digress. But there is a local example of how badly it can go, certainly in a contained situation.
So just to, oh sorry.
Yeah.
Something that I've found quite striking in this inquiry is a lot of people have turned up and expressed orthodoxies of long standing. For example, the suggestion that vapes are only to be used for the cessation of tobacco and that price increases suppress use and therefore are good policy, and that our policy in that respect is internationally leading. And I'm just curious on your observations about why is it that in this particular area of policy we seem to have a very rigid adherence to orthodoxies that don't seem to be supported by evidence?
That's a bit of a...
You can start with that one.
Oh, look, that's a difficult question for me to sort of answer. It's sort of speculating on what sort of the political forces are within sort of public health or within the academic sort of...
Well, it was really clear on the last day of the hearing or the previous day of the hearing, where public health professionals ended up grudgingly accepting that the price differential is driving the black market. But it seemed quite difficult to get that concession. And I just struggle to understand that, with the greatest of respect to them, because they were very well-intentioned people and very professional. But it seemed to me that they've been adhering for a long time to an orthodoxy that seems to have fallen apart in the light of events.
I think we all have the same objectives ultimately of improving the health of the population. We all have the same objectives in terms of protecting the population from corporate interests and the interests of those keen to exploit inequalities in society and to exploit policy. So there is that common goal, but we can see things in a slightly different way and have come through our sort of careers being attached to certain policies and I think fighting certain fights, which can lead us to potentially be a little blinkered.
I mean, I think that's very fair and reasonable of you, except we've got a situation where we've got the most expensive cigarettes in the world, and in terms of comparable countries, we seem to have the worst black market in the world. So I just question where intention translates into meaningful sort of action and policy.
Yeah, I think
because there must be a connection between those two things, to my mind.
I think maybe part of the problem in this instance is viewing black market outcomes and the rise of the illicit market as an externality, as treating the tax as a public health policy that's got endorsement from the World Health Organization and other august public health bodies, and saying, okay, well, once we've implemented the tax, we know that that's world leading. Anything that happens downstream of that problem isn't our problem. That's a
so
problem.
the tax is a starting point.
Yeah, and the problems that are the result of the tax aren't our problem. That's an enforcement issue. And I think that really places an unfair and, I'm not sure if it's unprecedented, but a very unusual burden on law enforcement agencies to enforce public health. And I wonder about, if we're creating public health policies that require hundreds of millions of dollars in extra enforcement expenditure, which to my mind does not have any guarantee of efficacy at this point, whether it's really a public health intervention or something else.
And we seem to be sleepwalking to a situation where the illicit market will eventually be almost all of the market, with the gravest of consequences in terms of organised crime activity, in terms of public health outcomes. Are you guys keen to really sound the alarm about this possibility?
Yeah, so I think I first warned about this about 8 years ago, and the reason for that is, 8 years ago it was unimaginable that we would be in this situation now. But the reason that I started talking about this publicly is black markets form under predictable circumstances, and that is strong, consistent demand and increasing restrictions on legal supply. And that's exactly what we've seen, and sadly, those predictions have come true.
I've taken these concerns, particularly around the distributive effects of the tax, to colleagues in public health from different agencies and different institutions, and have been met with a lot of hostility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Fascinating. Chair?
No more questions?
No, well, time's up.
Well, thanks very much for coming. Much appreciated.
Thank you. That was very interesting.
Thanks.
And Dr. Maddox, you don't have to be sworn again. You've been previously sworn. So, do you want to make another statement?
Yeah, that would be great. Is this
Short
working? Is
statement?
it picking me up? Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak today. I also just wanted to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, pay my respect to elders past and present. Also want to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from across the state, and particularly young people who carry nicotine-free cultures, communities and futures forward. Today's discussion sits with a simple but uncomfortable truth. We're dealing with a product that, when used exactly as intended, kills. We've known this for more than 75 years, yet it remains widely available, highly visible and normalised everyday environments. Walking here just now, past dozens of outlets selling tobacco, the visibility matters. Availability shapes behaviour, normalisation shapes expectations, and together they'll continue to fuel addiction. Unregulated tobacco supply should not distract from that reality. It's an anomaly. It is part of a broader commercial supply system, and we've heard this morning and later today from people who profit from it that addiction, both regulated and unregulated channels, continues to harm our communities. 2 out of 3 people who smoke will die from tobacco-related disease. Most begin young, most want to quit, most wish they never took it up. And cessation support is essential. We know that it can't compete with the oversupply and saturated markets. Preventing addiction early is easier than treating it. If we reduce exposure, availability and normalisation, fewer young people will start, and fewer people who currently smoke will grapple with cessation. Also, as we know, Australia is party to the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control, which recognises effective tobacco control requires reducing supply and protecting public health policy from commercial influence. Consistent with Article 5.3, I don't take any tobacco industry or nicotine industry funding and don't profit from selling product. And so I wanted to sort of finish just with a little story about, as we were developing the National Lung Cancer Screening Guidelines recently, they went national 1 July last year. Communities were very much excited for the screening and early detection of cancers. But one of the questions that kept coming up was, what's the point of detecting cancer early if cancer-causing products remain available everywhere? So the question before us today is not simply how do we respond to illicit tobacco trade, but it's what kind of environment do we want to choose to create? One that sustains addiction, disease and death, or one that makes it easier to quit and prevent young people from starting? The presence of illicit supply is a signal to strengthen governance and reduce availability, not to weaken measures that are working. Ultimately, this is about what sort of future do we want to leave, what sort of environment do we want to leave for youth and young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
You can
Yeah,
start.
sure.
Sam,
The previous witness gave us a graph. I don't know if you've seen that, but it
can't see that.
compares the Aboriginal community smoking rate with the non-Aboriginal community smoking rate. Are you able to talk us through the variable, basically?
Yeah, how far back do we want to go? Yeah, so I think the context is very different for Indigenous people and for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we think about colonisation, the impact of colonisation, the introduction of commercial tobacco products, the payment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in rations of flour, sugar, tea and tobacco, the exclusion from the cash economy, the exclusion from the education system, all factors that feed into and foster an environment for addiction. That's the starting point for commercial tobacco use.
Yep.
So when people are paid in rations of tobacco and excluded from the cash economy up until the late 1960s, we have generations of families and communities that are addicted to a highly addictive product from an industry that continues to market, sell and target this product to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. One of the things that I think is incredibly exciting and speaks to the strength, resilience and everything that comes with, we celebrate the oldest living culture in the world here in Australia, Gadigal land, as I acknowledged, is that they continue to push back on industry harms and addiction. We've seen massive declines in smoking rates, particularly since 2010. And one of the biggest wins that we've seen is youth and young people not taking up tobacco use. And we continue to see communities, including, you just have to go out to La Perouse or somewhere like that, where communities are actually saying, we don't want this product sold to youth and young people.
Yeah. I put up a post on my Facebook page recently talking about the shutting down of tobacco stores in Dubbo.
Yep.
And an Aboriginal lady, who's a friend of mine, in fact, commented on the post and had a real swipe at me in terms of it being insensitive to the price impact on people.
Yep.
And I'm wondering, and it made me think about what can we realistically expect, particularly disadvantaged people, maybe living in poverty, what can we realistically expect in terms of their discretion as to where they purchase tobacco? And I was wondering if you could talk us through the size of the excise, what impact that price point has had, particularly in Aboriginal communities, and how that is weighed against public health outcomes.
Yeah, great question. I'll start with a story because I think it feeds nicely from your previous question. So I was in a community recently, end of last year, and an older Aboriginal woman said to me, Raglan, I was paid in rations of tobacco. So I took this product up at a young age. I'm addicted to this product. I now smoke this product every day. I smoke 7 cigarettes a day or whatever the number was, I can't remember off the top of my head. And she goes, and now I'm paying for this product every day that I'm addicted to, that you forced me to be addicted to by paying me in rations of tobacco. And she said, like everyone admits that that's slavery, being paid in rations of tobacco, and now I'm paying for my addiction. Is that also slavery? And I think that really is quite a cutting question. It's a challenge that as a society, how have we allowed a system to continue to profit from that addiction and that harm. And I think they're some of the hard truths that we need to actually be having. And I wonder if creating spaces or maybe an inquiry into the harms the industry continue to cause, so that people like her, like that auntie, can tell their story. I think that's really important. To come to your point about Dubbo, I think particularly over the last 12 months, I've heard from many, many community members about, I'm glad I quit when I quit, before this product had been flooding the market, because the health of the person, the health of their family, and the cost were the drivers for them to successfully quit. So how can we make quitting easier? How can we provide cessation support that's more accessible? And that goes same in Dubbo, same in any community, Queanbeyan, wherever. If we can make quitting easier than actually buying a product, regulated or unregulated, then people will quit. And we know that people want to quit and they wish they never took it up. So how do we support that? How do we foster that environment?
Yeah.
How do we?
So we've had evidence that the price increases at some point cease to make more people quit, which was obviously the rationale of the tax.
Yep.
So, I mean, what would you say to the proposition that if that's true, that at some point increases stopped suppressing use, haven't we just been extracting money disproportionately from the poorest part of the community for no public health benefit?
No, I wouldn't agree with that at all, actually, because, as I mentioned, the biggest wins that we've had is people not taking up smoking. We see population growth, we see things like that. I think you've got to remember, if we make this product more accessible, cheaper, that young people who are particularly price sensitive, they are going to take up this product. The other piece, and appreciate the conversation about tax, is we also don't know that reduction in tax is going to flow on to people who are addicted to product. We see industries manipulate and play with price points as taxes come, and particularly if we know that there's a tax coming, an increase, say September, August, December, whenever, that prices will gradually increase so that consumers don't actually feel that step change in tobacco use. So we don't actually know that those reductions will be passed on to consumers. We know that those that profit are legally obligated to act in the best interests of their shareholders, and predominantly that's for profit. There are other reasons that other interests that shareholders might have. But yeah, I think that the message that we continue to hear, including from youth and young people, is they don't want this product easily accessible. That includes price point. They don't want to be buying cheap product. I think about...
Except isn't the overall effect of what we have done that the community is flooded with cheap product? Because half the market's illicit.
Yeah, so what we see is supply chain adaptation. So we see as we have successes in things across the board. So look at the success of the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program across the country. We see a massive decline in uptake. We see reductions in tobacco use. We see reductions in tobacco consumption, which is part of a comprehensive approach. Health promotion, education, smoke-free policies, vape-free policies, taxation, access to healthcare, access to cessation supports. And what we see is that the market, because they have to act in the best interest of their shareholders, they can't just see their market dwindle and disappear. It's actually a phenomenal market, given we've known that this product kills people for 75 years, and yet it's still here, still addicting new customers for a lifelong of addiction. So how do we protect youth and young people from being exposed to an oversaturated, oversupplied market?
Yeah. So what you say, I think, seems to be supported by that figure 1 in that graph, because the rate of smoking among Aboriginal people seems, if you go back to, say, 2015 onwards, seems to have decreased more sharply than for non-Aboriginal. And I presume that's the effect of the higher rate to begin with, perhaps, but also the targeted programs that no doubt you've been involved in. But the rate of decrease doesn't seem to have increased once you go into 2020 onwards, right? The blue phase, which is when the excise has continued to increase and the black market has exploded. So it sort of makes me question this idea that there's a correlation between continued excise increases and smoking suppression. Do you see what I'm saying?
Not really, because we've had tax excise increases for a long time. The other piece, I guess, to think about is, and I appreciate questions we had last time around comparisons, is, there are other countries that have low tax, that have high illicit trade. So Paraguay, places like that, Indonesia, etc. So
But are they comparable?
I mean, every
they seem like low governance, maybe places compared to here.
Yeah, so maybe that's the question: is the governance here working? Do we have enforcement working? And I think, like we're here, we wouldn't be here if it was working.
Yeah.
To the ability that communities want it to be working, is that they don't want to be saturated or oversupplied in their areas. So, I think this idea that we're going to continue to see shifts in illicit versus licit or regulated and unregulated markets without any change. That's why we have public health, that's why we have enforcement and other things, is to adapt as supply adapts, as the market adapts. It's like water. As we block up one crack, the market is going to continue to try and evolve and change so that they can continue to fuel and support their shareholder base.
So you seem to be, correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be more in the let's just ramp up the enforcement school of thought rather than the let's review the excise school of thought. Is that a crude but fair way to put it?
We always review excise. We always review all evidence-based policy. It's a constant, as markets and supply change, I think you need to continue that. I would argue that we need a comprehensive approach.
Yeah.
We need increased quitting supports, we need increased communication campaigns. Things like the National Lung Cancer Screening Program provide another avenue for people to get quit support, but also to know about their respiratory health. And then I guess to come back to the real fundamental of it is that we know that people who are smoking want to quit or wish they never took it up. So it really speaks to addiction, and it speaks to people who are taking up highly addictive products that end up with a lifelong addiction. How do we actually support them to make informed decisions so that they're not grappling with addiction for 40 years and then ending up in the National Lung Cancer Screening Program to have hopefully a better health outcome, more options.
It's really helpful, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Maddox, did I hear you just mention that you may be also of Queanbeyan?
I am. I think last time we connected we were graduating Queanbeyan High Year 12 students in 2019, just before COVID
I
hit.
thought I recognised, yes. Nice to see you again.
Likewise.
Good to have you here. So just to come back to that point, so to be clear in my mind, that your evidence is suggesting that young people, particularly in regional areas and Indigenous communities, they're not taking up smoking or not to the same degree. Is that still the case in light of the proliferation of illicit tobacco and it being more easily accessible?
I think what we've seen, New South Wales is actually incredibly diverse, even in Queanbeyan. You can, Queanbeyan High versus Caraba High is also a different population groups. So I think we see variations. I think what we've seen since probably around COVID is that public health hasn't been as responsive to nicotine addiction as we were before COVID. I think there are a couple of reasons for that. I think the environmental health officers and others have been really stretched. And so during that period we saw saturation, oversupply of nicotine vaping devices and other things, including in Queanbeyan where we had a lot of vape stores. And that shifted, I think, as the industry continues to adapt. We also know, people who use vapes are 3 times more likely to go on to smoke, etc., etc. We see increasing evidence around the harms of vaping, respiratory health, anxiety, mental health. We heard earlier in this inquiry about it is a likely carcinogen. So those sort of things are concerning, and we see as the industry and the market adapts to the environment where we have had supports. We've now got different legislation around and reforms around vaping, and so vaping devices aren't as easily available. They are available, but not as easily as available, particularly to children, as they once were. And so we see that shift, and we've seen with that, we have now seen the oversupply of regulated and unregulated tobacco products. So yes, we are seeing people taking up product, but it's really a grappling process. I think we've seen some successes in Queensland and South Australia in particular around enforcement. And I suspect, hopefully based on this inquiry and whatever outcomes, hopefully we end up with some good outcomes. We'll see governments and others supporting communities to be nicotine free and we see these over time, we see blips and ups and downs and other things over time, but overall it's been a long trajectory of a downward slope.
And Queensland, of course, has a more strengthened regulatory and enforcement environment than we do in New South Wales. So it must be a concern for you then, the fact that we are seeing this increase of the black market and the availability, that all of these good things, or all of the wonderful progress that's been made, if it keeps going the way it's going, that'll be overturned and done away with.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I mentioned, we've known this for 75 years. So the way that the industry is able to adapt based on the environment, we saw, I think speaking of Queanbeyan pubs, we saw, when smoke-free policies came in, it was impossible until implemented. Then we have a smoke-free pub. All of a sudden, it's unusual to go into a pub that doesn't have smoke-free areas. So all these things are impossible until they're implemented, and then it becomes a normalised behaviour, it becomes an expectation within communities. And so I think the more that we start to normalise and support people to be smoke-free, nicotine-free, support young people, the amount of young people that have been grappling with nicotine addiction, either vaping or smoking, and particularly vaping, we've heard concerns about anxiety and sleeping with a vape under their pillow. Feedback that we've had is like, stop selling me this product. If I was actually successful in quitting, it would be not available at every corner store around the state. So how do we support them to actually grab the bull by the horns and get rid of an addiction? That's one of the challenges I think as a society we have, is promoting health and wellbeing.
And certainly less availability is obviously going to contribute to that. And as you say, if they want the price point as well to make it beyond their means, but when they can go down, the back of the Oval and pick up a packet of ciggies for $8, then the temptation becomes ever greater. So we need to be dealing with that supply issue as well as that price point. I mean, and you did mention that it's got to be comprehensively addressed, but the idea that keeping that tax high is going to suddenly have the problem go away is not really realistic in terms of what we've been hearing.
Well, I guess it depends who's been speaking. I think there is that clear conflict of interest around, who's profiting and who isn't. I think, for me, one of the things that we hear around the country is if it's, price point is actually incredibly important for people to quit. It's one of the, we've got a cost of living crisis that's going on, and for people to quit, it also then puts an injection of cash back into their pockets. So I know in some rural and remote locations, a couple of years ago, people were saying, quitting was the best thing that ever happened to me, because I then end up with a heap of cash where I used to be paying $70 for a pack of smokes. I'm now getting an extra $70 in my pocket every 2 days. So there's a bit of a grappling effect there where, we want to prevent young people from taking it up, and we know that price point is incredibly important for young people. If a cigarette's 30 cents a stick versus $5 a stick, it's not only is it affordable, it's people are going to take it up. So, or not quit. That driver is shifted. So how do we support them to quit? And I think that's where that comprehensive approach is there. So if we can start to adapt how obviously the industry is a lot quicker and more nimble than regulation, legislation and enforcement at the moment. But if we can be more proactive, if we, this is something that we have been seeing for 75 years as the industry adapts and floods markets and other things, and, grapples with how they use the media and other things, then we need to be aware that this is not a surprise. Communities know that it's not a surprise. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, they've said to us it's not their first rodeo. They need to keep coming back and supporting, particularly their young leaders coming through, to be smoke-free, to be nicotine-free, so that they can take forward cultures, languages, be the next Queanbeyan High sports star or whatever it might be.
And finally on that then, that, and I don't disagree with you that we do need to support quitting in particular when it comes to our younger people, but even when we're looking at prevention, awareness and education programs and strategies, clearly there's much more needed. I know that there's some going on and there has been, but when we're talking about funding, and if the tax is going to remain high, then we need to have it going where it needs to go, which includes providing additional resourcing and funding to these sorts of programs to a much greater degree. And then we need some level of measurement and actual effectiveness, that it's not just being seen to be doing something because we've got an ad on telly or on Facebook, that we're actually having measures that are producing effective outcomes.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I wonder if maybe thinking about that and the solutions there is, around stricter licensing and maybe licensing fees, so that those good providers that you've heard from can better track and trace their product and have control over the supply chain. If we know what products are going out to communities where they are, we can also provide stronger supports and services for quitting.
Absolutely.
And all those things. It'll also be easier to enforce if we know where those hotspots are. So I think, I heard you talking earlier this morning about the number of retail outlets. If we can reduce that, the enforcement becomes easier because it's easier to detect, and it'll make not only enforcement easier, it'll make EDs, emergency departments and elective surgery waiting times a bit easier, because we won't have the backlog of cardiovascular disease, cancers, diabetes, you name it, all the things that tobacco causes.
And which will only continue to be caused if illicit tobacco remains at the levels and even worse than what we're seeing right now, and particularly in the statistics that you provide there for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as well. 50% of deaths for those aged 45 plus, it's appalling. So we need to ensure that all of those outcomes are being achieved as effectively as possible.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks. From me, Chair.
Okay. Any more questions?
No, thank you.
Thanks very much for coming, Dr. Maddox. Thank you.
See you in Queanbeyan next time.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Welcome, Ms. Steele. Could you please give us your full name, your job description, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Madeline Steele, or Madeline Emma Steele. My role is CEO of EPIC, Empowering Parents in Crisis. My affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a small opening statement?
If you don't mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the Chair and the committee members for allowing me to give evidence today. I feel honoured to represent families in our community. EPIC supports parents caring for young people, particularly those caring for young people with mental health challenges and engaging in risky behaviours, including substance misuse. I'd like to open with one parent's story, a parent who had to stop putting pocket money into her 14-year-old son's bank account because it kept getting spent at the little tobacco shop near the train station nearby. She can see the transactions and she can smell the smoke on his clothes, yet he insists he's just buying snacks and energy drinks. So that detail captures the heart of our problem from the family perspective, is minors, based on assumption, assessing illegal tobacco products, families losing trust, and a tobacco retailer potentially tied to criminal supply because the pocket money was quite low, $20. So what we hear is that these products are easy to get, ID checks are inconsistent, and parents' reports to authorities seem to go nowhere. The result is addiction for young people, conflict at home, and young people at risk of nicotine addiction and having transactions with illegal traders. So a practical ask or consideration would be to cut retail access through proper licensing, similar to that with alcohol, so anyone under 18 cannot enter or buy without an adult. Stop tobacconists opening near schools and stations where young people gather. Give families and schools better tools to educate young people about addiction and illegal products. And create an easy reporting pathway with real follow-up so people feel heard and that action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Not at this stage, Chair.
No?
Okay, I've just got a couple. Thank you, Ms Steele. And in describing parents' concerns, do you have, is all of the basis of your group's information and access to information, is it all anecdotal? Is it evidentiary based as well?
When I put this, when I did a submission to the inquiry, it's evidence based. So it's both, I would say. So basically, there's a common theme within our community. So of parents of young people at risk, is that vape products are everywhere. Like they're within the home, and then the conversation around, you know, what's in them and those ongoing things. The conversation around the nicotine addiction, and then with so many young people then taking to the illegal tobacco to try and reduce the amount of vaping that they're doing, because vaping, they can get away with vaping so easily, and I think that that's kind of has been, and certainly in my situation, I've watched it in my own family, of a young person then going to the cheapest, I don't know what the network of communication is, but finding where the cheapest cigarettes are being sold at the moment and driving, you know, 20 k's out of the way just to go and get them. So yes, so it is hearsay, it is community conversations, but it is based and backed on evidence. So we can see what's happening with our community, and then it doesn't take much to look at. There's council research. There's I've got a few here that I linked onto my submission. Cancer Council and the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, as well as the Australian Institute of Family Studies, all back so many findings that we see is that the addiction generally starts with the vaping, but the access to vaping is incredibly easy, and then the access to illegal tobacco is affordable. So, and that's substantiated, I think, with the inquiry so far as well. And the links with mental health, you'll see some of the letters that I've submitted today that have concerns from parents. It seems the common theme with these is it's linked with poor mental health, so whether that be anxiety, and I did overhear from the previous person talking about, you know, with vape sleeping under the pillow. I mean, it's a common thing that it's nearly like the dummy from a baby. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, that was a lot of words.
No, that's good.
Is really, yes, it is substantiated, but we're also seeing it on the ground in real life. So
yes,
it's very worrying.
And so coming to that then, and also our previous witness there, Dr. Maddox, has your both personal through the group and evidence-based experience been that price point can make a difference, specifically for young people, or again, is it young people who are in different socio-economic circumstances that, and without stereotyping or doing any of that, but you know, if it's a young person from the North Shore who might better be able to pay $50 or $60 for a packet of cigarettes, as opposed to an Indigenous young person who is in a rural area and wouldn't do that, are you finding that price point is something that could have a measurable effect?
I think the availability, and you know, I'm not sure about the upper socio-economic, even though I do live in the North Shore, we're certainly not from that stereotypical bracket. The accessibility is price, yes, potentially. And also ease of access, I would say. It's they're within the school, like, so vapes can be sold within the school. There are people that are receiving vapes from adults to sell within the school system. So everything is very, very accessible. And I suppose then that also has always been a little bit of a theme of illegal products and drugs as well, filter through schools. So that's not unusual. But I think the thing now is that when you walk into one of the shops, and there's so many of them, is you see bongs, you see all of the other paraphernalia, as well as lollies, and the vapes themselves are marketed as if they're like a lolly as well. So I think that's creeping into young people's lives like it is. It's quite normal. I mean, if they're allowed to be shops like that where you can walk in and see all this paraphernalia, then obviously it's normalising the actions of even using those things, which is going off the track from the illegal tobacco. I understand that, but I just think it's the flavour of the market is everything is then more accessible to
Yeah, no, the accessibility, you're quite right on that point, and you do also raise the need for greater education and awareness and programs around all of that. And again, have you found, are you finding, is it something that you're looking at, that education awareness would potentially help positively with young people in saying, well, hang on a minute, because again, from a personal point of view, I don't recall seeing anything for years and years about how bad smoking is. And, my husband and I, we don't smoke, but I know that both of my sons, and I'll out them here, do so socially, but also because of that accessibility as well. Do you feel that education awareness programs are really going to do what needs to be done in order to get young people not to go down the path in the first place?
Look, I think that it would have to be coupled with the restrictions in the sale and the legislation around it. And like I say, you don't see, well, I think just taking like liquor, for instance, like the sales of alcohol, you can't buy that. You can't even walk into an alcohol shop without an adult. Yes. And it must be so highly legislated, because my son, who's 20, who's a university student, his part-time job is in one of the big chain bottle shops, and they have secret shoppers. There's a lot of reason and cause that they have to stick to the rules and not sell to minors. So he's always, like, you wouldn't even hesitate. He would even ask someone who's 35, for
We've
ID.
all been asked for
which would be
ID,
lovely.
haven't we?
Yeah.
No, that's a really important point as well. So coming to the recommendations that have been made through the group, have there been other avenues, other opportunities that you've had to present these? Or are we the first that have?
Yeah.
So we're the first to have seen these recommendations.
I actually saw it in the local paper that there was an inquiry, so I thought, it is a common theme within our group. So I do feel honoured to be sitting here. I'm certainly not an academic, but if we can filter in what's happening, that parents really are feeling powerless in this situation. They want obviously their children not to be taking up these products and having these addictions. However, they're presented in every angle, and I think particularly if a young person, I think one of the letters does talk about, it can be young people might engage in these sorts of activities through peer pressure, through wanting to make friends. There's a lot of different reasons why they may start, and then quite regularly maybe young people who are more susceptible to mental health challenges, it becomes even more of a problem. Now, that's the kind of reading that I've had, and that's what we're seeing act out in our community.
And so how long has EPIC been around, been in place? Has it been a result of what we're seeing?
Yeah, it's a result of, 4 years, we've just had our 4th birthday, and it really was to create a safe space. It started as peer support for parents so that they, if a young person is having challenges, it's not commonly acceptable to talk about it on the sideline or in a normal space. So it's a safe space, but what it's become now is not just a safe space to talk, but there is, I would call it the well of wisdom. There's a lot of hindsight within our group, and I think when people within our community found out that I was coming here to talk today, they all thought that they'd send a letter, but not. They're busy. But we've got a lot of talk about it. It really is that powerlessness that there doesn't seem to be a way that the system is working alongside youth mental health.
Mm-hmm. And so how do you see the ongoing position of the organisation? You continue to be providing support, obviously, but more of an advocacy type situation as well, that we're all working towards seeing this terrible situation resolved?
I think advocacy is a big word, yes. So I think that there was an outcome from the school refusal, the inquiry into school refusal in 2023, which was an Australian government thing, and it did suggest that there was paid peer support rolled out across Australia so parents could actually connect and discuss their issues, and then maybe have a voice for looking at different ways that we could do things, whether that be within the education system or legally like this.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence, have you got something?
I've got no questions. Thank you so much though,
Thank you.
for your evidence.
Anything else that you'd like to add before we still got a little?
No, I'm very grateful. However, I mean, if any questions come up from the reverse side, then I'm happy to filter it into the community and get back to you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for
so
coming
much.
along today and passing it on. We appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rakic and Mr. Georges.
Good afternoon.
Could I please get, maybe starting with you, Ms. Rakic, your full name, your occupation, and your take either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Hi there, my name is Felicia Rakic. I am currently a Business Development Manager at CTC, Franchise of Tobacconists, as well as a Director of Tobacco Market, a distribution business. And I will do my oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Georges?
George Georges, Managing Director of CTC, also Managing Director of Tobacco Market, distribution arm. Take an oath.
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee. Firstly, thank you for extending the invitation to appear here today. I'm very honoured. I have grown up in this industry, working behind the counter of numerous tobacconist stores around Sydney from an early age. My family entered the industry in the mid-50s, 1950 or thereabouts, having purchased their first store from Mr. Greg Psalters, who opened the store prior to the Second World War. At the time, our tobacconist was also combined with a liquor store that my family owned till the early 70s, before deciding to focus on tobacco retailing and distribution. Those two stores still remain today in their original position in King's Cross, very much maintaining a landmark holding. Sadly though, our tobacconist store has been closed for over 12 months, as it is impossible for us to operate in the current illicit environment, surrounded by what we believe to be stores not operating under the same lawful guidelines as ourselves. I do want to make one point though, that I'm not here today to lay any blame on any government bodies, health groups or others associated with the industry, but rather to offer assistance, as I've done so in the past on numerous occasions, to help find a plausible and workable solution that meets the needs of all the key stakeholders of the industry, government and including the consumer of a legal product. I will now pass on to my daughter Felicia, who has also prepared an opening statement, as I'm conscious of the time constraints on this hearing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee. My name is Felicia Rakic. My family has been in the tobacco industry for over 70 years. Due to the current state of the industry, the last store that we owned and operated was in King's Cross, where the number of tobacconists has increased from 4 to currently 15 on the same street alone. As my father has said, this has forced us to close the doors. I grew up in our family's stores and I have been formally working in the business for around 16 years. I have worked the register, managed staff, handled ordering, dealt directly with suppliers and managed difficult customer interactions. Previously, I was the general manager of a compliant vaping wholesale business. This business is no longer in operation, as the laws that came in on the 1st of July 2024 made this business model unlawful. Today, I am the Business Development Manager at CTC. I oversee approximately 120 franchisees in New South Wales and 170 nationally. I am also a director of our tobacco distribution business, which was launched in December 2025 to ensure distribution of legal tobacco products remained available to our network. 10 years ago, a typical compliant tobacconist ran with modest small business gross profits that supported staff, rent and family income. Today, the average tobacconist in our network has seen an 80% reduction in revenue compared to 10 years ago. It is important to understand that this revenue has not disappeared. The consumer demand has not collapsed. The volume has shifted into illicit supply chains and unregulated retail environments, and legitimate retailers are suffering or closing altogether. Historically, the minimum viable monthly volume required to be approved by CTC as a guideline for sustainability was 125,000 sticks of cigarettes or grams of tobacco per month. As lawful volumes declined, that benchmark gradually reduced, and 12 months ago it was 40,000 sticks per month. As of today, minimum viable volume is not enforced. This is due to the increase in tobacco retailers across Australia, which has increased from 1,500 to approximately 20,000 stores. Over the past 2 years, 40 stores within our network have either closed or sold. Many faced the reality that business could not survive without selling illicit product and chose to shut down. In other instances, retailers have been offered above market value to sell their store. The price of illicit tobacco in some areas of Sydney can be found as low as $6 per packet, with flavours like menthol and crush balls available in a variety of brands. These products became illegal for retail sale in Australia on the 1st of July 2025. For reference, the cheapest packet of compliant cigarettes that you could purchase in a CTC store is $35.30, including GST. Yesterday, I spoke with a retailer in southern Sydney who has operated for over 25 years. He told me that Australians were always rule followers. His long-term customers remained loyal to brands like Winfield for as long as they possibly could because they did not want to break the law. In the past 12 months, he has watched those same long-term Winfield smokers begin requesting illicit products instead. He described it as the last domino to fall. When historically compliant consumers begin rationalising illegal purchasing due to cost pressures, it signals erosion of respect for the regulatory framework itself. The system, as it currently operates, is economically selecting against those who remain compliant. We are asking for a framework that does not structurally reward non-compliance and penalise lawful small business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Yeah, sure, I can start.
Yep.
I was interested in some more detail about the things in the CTC submission about legitimate tobacco franchisees being menaced and otherwise contacted by organised crime. Can you give us a sense of how prevalent that is?
It's been quite prevalent. We've had situations where franchisees have been either contacted in person, or they've received phone calls where they've been questioned if they are selling illicit product or not, and obviously they're not, and when they say they're not, then they refuse to indulge. There have been some threats, in some instances not directly, but we've had an incident where one of our franchisees was informed that they were aware of what school his daughter was going to. In other instances, I'm led to believe that they've been a little bit more direct. It's basically...
Yeah. We heard some evidence in the inquiry earlier in the day, I'm not sure if you were watching it, but some people were, I guess, engaging in some pretty informed speculation, really being concerned that the legal tobacco market might be totally eliminated in Australia. And we might actually get to a point, if the current increase in the illicit market continues, where basically the whole tobacco market is illicit. And they were saying that in such a situation, it wouldn't just be the public health harm that might be caused from more smoking, because it's cheaper, but also really serious harm that will be caused by organised crime activities. And I'm just interested in your perspective, because you've obviously got a close business sort of interest in it and understanding of it. I mean, do you see Australia heading in that direction, where the legal tobacco market might effectively become non-profitable, too dangerous, and basically we just hand it over to the illicit market, to the criminals? Is this a realistic concern?
It is a realistic concern, and it's actually quite concerning for me to have to admit that. But it is very, very true. If we continue on the trajectory that we're going to, there will be a situation where the consumer of cigarettes is basically going to say, well, I can't justify any longer paying for a legitimate product.
Yeah.
The availability of the illicit product is just so prevalent that I'm going to do so. I mean, I can give you an example just recently that I had. I had to take we'll explain the situation. I had to take my car in to be repaired. I had a minor incident, and the young lady behind the counter where I was registering my car, when she read, because the car was registered in the business name, she said, "Oh, you're in the tobacco." I go, "Yeah, well, that's my bit." She goes, "Well," she goes, I had to finally start smoking illicit cigarettes because my favourite brand, which I can't remember what it was, has just gotten to the point where I either have to sacrifice a kidney to be able to afford it, and I was a bit taken back by that. But that's where we're heading.
Yeah. So your business people, I mean, how much of this would you put down to the federal excise, to the high price of legal tobacco? How much is that driving this black market?
I think it's probably one of the key drivers.
Yeah.
While it was a well-intentioned, I think, policy initially to curb the rates in smoking, and it did work for some time. I mean, we have to be realistic here. It did. It's gotten to the point where the excise is so significant now that it did open the door for the illicit market, And I mean, we have many examples in history that when you do, create a situation where prohibition is basically there, almost there, and the price is so exorbitant that you open the door to that. So I feel that is the key driver in why we're facing the scourge of the illicit market as we have now.
So we've taken some evidence to the effect that as the excise continued to increase, it may have had downward pressure on smoking rates at various points, but at some point it stopped to have that effect. So the price was increasing, but the use was not dropping any faster, or maybe in some groups being stable, I'm not quite sure, but effectively the evidence is that the increase in excise is not having a corresponding sort of benefit in terms of reduction in smoking.
No, not.
Does that fit with your business?
Yes.
I guess kind of figures, if you like.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah.
In terms of business figures, we can see the revenue of legitimate tobacco sales has decreased around 80% in the last 4 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And year on year, it's around 50%. So we do see legitimate sales of tobacco completely decreasing. Now, I guess everyone can see the prevalence of smoking is still quite high, compared to that reduction in sales revenue. So, do we see smoking rates are still the same? Not exactly, because our revenue has significantly decreased.
Yeah. Oh, that's my questions, Chair. Thanks.
You go. I've got a couple too. You go first.
Okay, thank you both for being here. So how many, just in your own experience and through the CTC group that you are aware of, how many legitimate businesses, approximately, have you, even in percentage-wise, have you known to close their doors?
Across the whole retail environment?
Well, yeah, certainly that's known to you. I mean, we are looking sort of New South Wales specific here. So if we, want to restrict it to New South Wales, just approximately, you may not have a precise figure to hand.
I do. It's 40 stores that have closed or sold in in our total network of 170 approximately stores.
So, and that's in your network.
Our network. Yeah. Yeah. Then now that's not only New South Wales. That's nationally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. And with your King's Cross store that can't operate as a business now, from personal experience there, can you see it reopening?
Sadly, I don't know if it's going to reopen. I don't know. I did have a thought of reconfiguring the store to not make it so dependent on the sale of cigarettes, by having other offerings to make it more sort of like a gift store, because that store traditionally did sell a lot of gifts, and so the offering of legitimate cigarettes was still there to service the legitimate market, but was not dependent on it. So sadly, I'm concerned that store may never open its doors again as a tobacconist.
Yeah, so that you're not necessarily an avenue for a legitimate tobacconist selling legal products. So is it your experience then through the CTC group, and obviously 40 stores closing, that outside of the excise itself, and I'll get to that point in a minute, but it's regulation and legislation. If you're talking about 15 other illegal tobacco stores on the same street, clearly the regulations that are in place and the legislation as it's supposed to be working is actually impacting legal operations instead of impacting illegal operations.
Most definitely.
I guess out of those, the original 4 or 5 tobacconists that were in King's Cross have been there, a very long time, as our store had. So I don't want to imply that all of those stores are illegal operators. That wouldn't be correct. Retailers are optimists. They're waiting for the turnaround. So there may come a point, if reform isn't made regarding licensing, because the licensing that has been brought in is an excellent idea, and with the closures that are happening, it should continue to work. But if a turnaround doesn't happen where illegal stores are completely shut down and areas are targeted all at once at different times of the day, then we will see more legal operators closing their doors.
And so you would agree with greater regulation around where and how and which businesses could sell the legal product? You'd
Most
be
definitely.
more
Most
than
definitely.
willing to
Most
see
definitely.
that.
Can I just add, sorry, Deputy Chair, can I just add a further point to what Felicia said? Felicia mentioned that the hours of enforcement. This is something that I think is very important. And I will make a reference to last Friday night. I was in an Uber and I was going home. It was about 1 a.m. in the morning. And we drove through Newtown. And I was shocked at the amount of stores that were open at that time, which if they didn't have identification saying tobacconist, I would have thought they were a high-end jeweller or something, open at that time, and they're within metres of each other, open at that time, 1 a.m. in the morning, selling product. Illicit, well, we can't, we have to assume, that they're operating at those times. And I think part of the problem is with part of the problem that the government is facing with the enforcement side of things is that currently the health department and the police are working on the enforcement, but I think the operators of these outlets are aware that the health officers and that are only working up until probably say 5:30 in the day, so they operate outside those hours. So I think we need to be realistic here and potentially open the policing of this to a much higher level. And I know earlier it's been suggested that it should come under liquor and gaming. I would agree with that because they operate, I assume, during all hours. So I think that's something that needs to be considered.
No, that's a valid point as well. So now let's just turn to the excise and following on from Mr. Lawrence's questioning there, that when the excise was lower, from a business perspective, although it was achieving the outcomes of decreasing the number of smokers, as you've attested, you were still able to operate a business profitably. So therefore, there was that point in time where the balance was being achieved in that smoking rates weren't increasing, but you could still operate legitimately and effectively.
Yes, definitely.
So, sorry,
I believe
not at all.
2019 has been mentioned as that tipping point where a store could modestly operate on modest gross profit margins, and it didn't tip over just yet. Around 2019 is when the excise rates tipped over to a point where more than a sustainable amount of the market moved to illicit products.
Okay, and so was it also at that point, and police attest as well in other evidence that we've received, that the black market was always there, around 15-20%, and again, they have stated that it's from that 2019 period that it's skyrocketed. Do you think that, again, just from your personal experience of the market, that illicit product was increasing anyway, or it has definitely absolutely been a result in what you've seen following the introduction of an excise rate that is so high?
Definitely.
Was it happening? Was it going to happen anyway? Is it just happened more quickly, or has it definitely been the explosion of the excise rate being so high and then all of a sudden more product available?
Most definitely, most definitely. I mean, I think there was always an element of the illicit market, but once and I think I can't quote figures because I can't remember, but I believe it was sub 10% potentially. Once the excise started to impact on the price, then it just started. We just sort of watched this explosion.
Now, again, from your personal experience and my personal experience, I've spoken with a lot of people, including, goodness knows, like within my own family, and they don't want to be turning to the illegal product. But again, the availability, cost of living crisis and the like. But my question for you is, because what they have said to me is that if the price of the legal product was lower or at least more manageable, even if higher than the illegal product, they would still turn back to the legal product because they don't want to be acting in contravention of the law. So they would still be willing to pay more, also worried about the health aspects of the products as well. Have you, if not evidence-based, anecdotally, do you believe that that would be the situation as well, that it would still turn the market back, even if it didn't return to 2019 levels necessarily, a more reasonable price would take the market back to that manageable level?
Anecdotally, yes, I agree, and a lot of our retailers would say the same thing. As I mentioned earlier, a retailer that I spoke to this week believes that Australians are rule followers and they would like to support small businesses, follow the rules, follow the law, but in the last few years it's become out of reach to buy, to regularly buy legal cigarettes with the excise rates at the state they are.
And the legal cigarettes is actually their preference because they're used to the taste of the Australian cigarettes. Because I mean, throughout the whole world, there's different blends for different markets, and Australia has a particular blend which they're used to. The illicit brands that are coming in, I assume, coming from different markets globally. So they prefer the Australian product, which none are available not on the illicit market.
Just one final one from me then. Are you able or are you aware of, and again through the CTC group, the effects on regional areas in particular and businesses that you have that are regionally based? We have heard earlier today that it is a disproportionate effect on regionally based businesses in this regard. Is that your experience as well?
Yeah, most definitely. So it actually, from our experience, it took longer for illicit products to reach the regional areas, and then once they did, it became overrun. We've seen a lot of stores regionally have no choice but to shut their doors or sell. Retailers who had been in the industry for 25, 30 years plus, who were loyal, original members of our network, they've had no choice but to close their doors, where they previously operated with an owner-operator as well as maybe 2 to 5 staff members. That affects that community. So yeah, we definitely have seen, I would say there's around 30 to 40% of our New South Wales network is regional.
Right.
Yeah, so, and the rest would be Sydney Metro. So it is quite a large portion of our network, and they are suffering.
And we have one of our multi-siders who had just recently closed 5 of his regional stores.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Chair?
thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
In your presentation here, in your paper, you talk about other matters, the path forward, and right at the very top of your list, you've got reduce excise. Do you have in mind any particular rate of excise that would bring it back to a level that would basically help you get back into business?
Personally, I'd like to see a reduction of 50%. I know in recent days that the 30% reduction has been put forward by another retail group. That would be a start. I think, but realistically, I think 50%, and it's not just the reduction in the excise that's going to have an impact here. It's got to be a two-pronged effect. It has to be I believe, a reduction in the excise to a level where the market can...
Yeah, no, I'll come to it. So I've read your submission. I hear what you're saying, but you know, we have heard people talk about 30%. You're saying 50%. I actually would say nothing if you really want to get back in the game. But then we had the federal commissioner saying to us, what would then happen is the illegal tobacconists would just drop their prices to bring them back in under whatever price you could provide, so therefore they shouldn't do it.
I disagree.
How do you react to that sort of
I disagree because I think it goes back to what we say about the Australian consumer wanting the Australian product, the legal product. They're only smoking the illicit product because of price.
You're saying it's just purely driven by price. Also, I would think availability too. I mean, you know, you say, how many illegal tobacco shops in King's Cross now?
Again, we would be guessing, but the number of tobacconists has increased from 7 years ago to about 15 on the same street.
There you go. So it's not just price driven, it's also, you know, step out the front door and there it is available. Just help yourself.
True.
Correct. Yeah, so because that gets down to the second point in your paper, and you talk about the enforcement task force.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you see that coming together? I mean, you mentioned liquor and gaming.
Mm-hmm.
We've had other you know, government arms, I suppose is the right terminology, been recommended by other witnesses. Is there more to it than that? I mean, the American model of alcohol, tobacco and firearms are very muscular in what they do. Is that the sort of thing you've got in mind?
I think the way the market is going, I wouldn't discount that as a plausible avenue to undertake.
Well as all of those governing bodies working together. That's important. If we've got a central licensing system where police understand whether a store is licensed, the health department can see the same thing, we can see a previous history of offences, I think that would make a big...
And I don't know the answer to this question, do police currently check tobacco licences? Is that part of their role?
No, I don't believe so.
No.
Well, that's interesting because police have a role in terms of checking alcohol, you know, club licensing, for example. Also gaming, they turn up at clubs, checking on the gaming compliance, but they don't turn up at tobacconists to check whether you're licensed or not.
I don't believe it's under their jurisdiction. That's why I'm not sure.
Well, I think that aren't the licences you've got state issued?
Yes.
So it should be under their jurisdiction then.
Yeah.
The most recent licensing scheme has come in around September. Not all stores have been approved. There's still a lot of pending applications. So in terms of a lot of the legislation, we're still learning it. We're still waiting for feedback from the Department of Health on exactly how it works. It may begin to be enforced by the New South Wales Police, but I'm not exactly sure yet, so I don't want to comment on that.
Actually, just to add that, because obviously we applied for licences and there is a police check we have to go through to get a licence. So maybe that...
Yeah, so the police will be involved
yes, maybe
in an active way.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, because that was the next thing you had on your list, mandatory state licensing.
Yes.
Then you talk about heavier penalties. How do you see that operating?
I'm in favour. We're in favour of heavier penalties. I mean, if you're going to engage in an illegal operation, well, you should be prepared to suffer the consequences. And I think significant fines and penalties are definitely.
Yeah, we've had recommendations that, you know, we have the proceeds of crime, basically criminal or whatever, being part of the penalty. I suppose that you'd be part of that recommendation as well, obviously. Yes. You talk about bringing vape products back again.
Mm-hmm.
I see in your paper there you had a legal vape business until the federal government banned it all.
Yes.
In their zeal to be seen to be woke and clean. It's had exactly the opposite effect, as we know.
Yes.
How would you see that happening?
I think, well, you can answer, Felicia.
Yeah. So vaping and other next generational products which have been mentioned today, like the snus products that work internationally in Europe. Originally, we had a framework where nicotine in vapes was illegal. That's how we operated, but you were able to get a prescription and order products from overseas. Now, that's kind of pointless because Australian businesses could be selling that same product, even with prescription, without prescription. I believe that if we could bring the legislation back to govern the quality and the criteria necessary to import vape and next generation products, that would significantly help with tobacco reduction, tobacco smoking incidents, and also it would combat the illicit tobacco problem, because a lot of people were looking for alternatives due to price, and also the ability to quit smoking through nicotine products is much easier and we've got evidence that, we've seen studies from overseas that show that quitting through nicotine next generation products is much easier than cold turkey.
Well, that was my understanding of how it was originally presented all those years ago, that if you could go to vaping, you could, in theory, wean yourself off the worst effect of smoke in your lungs and things like that. In fact, we heard an academic talk about that this afternoon.
I personally have experience with that as well. I personally quit smoking through vaping over 3 or 4 years, and I have not gone back.
And are you still vaping?
No.
No? Okay.
Not in a couple of years.
Well, you're a textbook case of...
Exactly.
Textbook case. And you talk, basically your last point is looking for some sort of government insurance scheme support because of, primarily for landlord protection.
Not just landlord protection, it's also, it's almost impossible for a legitimate retailer to get insurance for their business. What's also had a flow-on effect now as a result of what's been happening in Victoria with all the fire bombings and all that, premises landlords can't get insurance for their premises. What I've also heard of late is adjoining properties are also in the same situation, that they can't get insurance because there's a tobacconist there. I mean,
you're talking about just tobacconist businesses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a huge issue. We've also got the issue with the banks. Banks are now starting to shy away from wanting to bank with people associated with the sale of tobacco. These are all the flow-on effects of that, which is actually hurting the legitimate, honest business people. And landlords are getting to a situation where they can no longer offer tenancies to legitimate retailers.
Any other questions?
Just one final one then. What of the situation of tobacconists being closed through these regulations and the new legislation, and then reopening under different names, supposed different purposes? What's your experience or knowledge of that?
You haven't had any first.
Yeah, we don't actually have too much experience with that. We have had some experience with stores that were under a forced closure, and then their closure has been lifted after 90 days. They aren't reopening under different names or anything. They are legally reopening.
So
and then
what brought on their forced closure?
The sale of illicit tobacco.
Right.
Yep.
And so that's part of your group?
It has happened, yep.
Yeah, okay.
And then our aim is to reform that store. The aim is to get them back on the track of legal, compliant retailing. There are instances where we have used a pledge of compliance before, because we believe that if we reform that store and that operator, it's better than terminating them completely and pushing them out into the black market in totality.
But if they do reoffend, we do. We also conduct our own, intelligence on stores that we suspect. We have done so, and we're currently doing so actually, because we don't want the stores. I mean, even though there's situations out there, not just in our group but in all, where the pressure is so is mounting on them that they can't survive otherwise. But we don't want any of our stores to be engaging in the illicit market. So we will do what we need to do to ensure and enforce the law and to get them away from that.
That's good. And so coming to that then, and on the basis that you've said that stronger enforcement, stronger regulation, that 90 days, is it enough?
I believe so. For a first offence, I believe 90-day closure of a business is detrimental to that business operating. So if the retailer is willing and prepared to reopen after that 90 days, I would say they've significantly invested in becoming a compliant tobacconist or retailer, and I think for a first offence 90 days is enough. Re-offence should be significantly longer.
But we also have to be realistic in the respect of that's all and good if the government does move to addressing the issue with the excise and addressing the issue with the illicit market. And I know our Premier, Chris Minns, is very active in that space, but we need it at a federal level to actually make some real inroads into the reduction of the illicit market, because eventually these stores that we're operating, and not just the store that we had, but in the retail environment, if it continues the way it's continued, they will eventually close their doors because they've already been shut down. They've been penalised. Again, I believe the next time they get, if they do get caught, I think the fines are so significant that I'm sure that they're not prepared to take that risk. So they would eventually close down.
More questions? No more questions?
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Thank you
Cheers.
so much very much.